बच्चाको देख्दा बुच्चुले कम्मर मर्काको मेमेले डम्फु बच्चाको देख्दा मामले कम्मर मर्काको उठते बस्दै नाचेको देख्दा पारुली कम्मर भाँचेको देख्दा मै पनि कम्मर मर्काई नाचौ नाचौ लाग्यो मै पनि डम्फुको तालमा नाचौ नाचौ लाग्यो मै पनि ढुङ्गाको धनमा नाचौ नाचौ लाग्यो घुर्न घुम्ने काठको घोडा सानो तिम्रो के छ कुरा माया पिरती लाउँछौ कि भरिला माया पिरती
Thank you for such a mesmerizing performance by the students of A levels. Artificial intelligence is the last innovation that humanity will ever need to make. Starting with this quote by Nick Broston, I would like to express a warm good morning and greetings to everyone present here. I am Urza Tamrakar from Global College International and also a proud winner of Entrepreneur Support Program funded by University Grants Commission. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 7th Global International Conference 2025.
And I am Srijan Dakal, a BBA student and a proud winner of Erasmus Plus Case Study Program, co-funded by INCOR. It is truly a privilege for both of us to serve as our MCs for today's international gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a legacy that began in 2019 with a vision of bringing together global minds, scholars, industry pioneers, and innovators onto a single platform.
Over the years, it has become a space where ideas meet action, especially in the areas like artificial intelligence and machine learning, to technologies that are reshaping industries, redefining management practices, and building more sustainable and digital futures.
This year's theme, Integrating Management with Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning for Innovation and Sustainability in Digital Area, reflects the urgency of embracing intelligent technologies to create resilient systems and forward-thinking solutions.
Our main agenda for today is to explore how AI-driven innovation can support global sustainability, enhance decision-making, and empower institutions and industries to thrive in this rapidly evolving digital landscape.
With this, we extend a warm welcome to all our national and international delegates, distinguished professors, industry experts, researchers, and student participants joining us from around the world.
Global College International, your host institution for today, is a QS-certified university-affiliated academic institution and a proud part of the Global College Group, serving more than 11,000 students and supported by more than 800 staffs and faculty members.
This conference is organized under the leadership of entrepreneurs, governors, industry leaders, academic professionals, ensuring a blend of academic excellence and practical insights.
Now let's take a moment for our volunteers to prepare for the seat-taking ceremony.
We'd like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Development Partner, 21st Nepal Private Limited, Food Partner, KB Food Service, Display Partner, Shadows Advertising, Tourism Partner, Nepal Tourism Board, Travel Partner, CV Travels and Tours and Private Limited, Banking Partner, Agricultural Development Bank Limited, Insurance Partner, Sanima GIC Insurance Limited.
Now, we would like to thank our supporting partners. The supporting partners are Max Hub, Nebico Limited, Brand Ad Incorporation, Silapatra Media Network Limited, Frontline Hospital, Namaste Uniforms and Suppliers, Karki Nursery, ABC Television, Wide Vision Media, Unity Towns, Neeraj and Dheeraj Full Puzzle, Print Communication, Sports Station, KAB Store, Busy Trail Link. These are the sponsors for today. Now, without further ado, we'd like to move into the formal segments of today's inauguration ceremony.
We begin with the seat-taking ceremony, graciously supported by our national and international delegates.
First, I'd be honored to invite the conference chair, Professor Pushkar Bajracharya, Senior Economist, one of the foremost members of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, Founder Chair of Global College Group, and the Chair of Management Committee of Global Group, to kindly chair the 7th International Conference. Please, sir, take a seat on the dais. We'd also like our volunteers to honor our guests with khada and bouquet.
Next, we are privileged to welcome our chief guest, Professor Shilu Mananda Bhattacharya, Vice Chancellor of the Open University Nepal and distinguished senior academician from Tribhuvan University. We request you to please take your seat on the dais.
We would now like to call upon Professor Shubhankar Kadel, a renowned academician and historian with more than 3 decades of contribution in teaching, research, and academic leadership in Nepal's highest education sector.
Now, it's our great honor to welcome to the dais our distinguished international guest, Professor John Murray, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Huddersfield, UK, also our esteemed international keynote speaker, to take seat on dais.
Now, we would like to call upon the dais our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Lee Fleming, Dean, School of Computing and Engineering, University of Huddersfield, UK. Now, our next guest of honor, we would also like to call Professor Padam Simkhara, Associate Dean International and Professor of Global Health, University of Huddersfield, UK. Please, sir, take your seat on the dais as well. I would now like to call our next guest of honor, Professor Rupak Kharel, Associate Dean International and Professor, School of Computing and Engineering, University of Huddersfield, UK. Now, I would also like to call upon Associate Professor Purnaman Sakya, Dean, School of Management, Mid-University University, upon the dais. Please, sir, take your seat on the dais as well.
We also invite our guest of honor, Professor Wolfgang George, Founder and Executive Director, Meaningful Tourism Center and CEO, Kotri, China Outbound Tourism Research Institute, to take his seat on the dais. May we also call upon our guest of honor, AC Oki, Director, Institute for Hyper-Network Society, visiting researcher, Tama University, Japan, to take his seat on the dais. Our guest of honor, Professor Sudan Jha, Lead Researcher and Associate Director, Kathmandu University. He's also been ranked among the top 2% scientists by Stanford University to the dais.
We are also honored to have the international advisor, Professor Imam Chalam Dasarju, who will be joining with us virtually. Moving forward, we request Conference Deputy Chief, Dr. D.L. Puri, Conference Advisor, Dr. Devraj Paniru, Conference Coordinator, Dr. Jivak Raj Bhattacharya, Conference Managing Coordinator, Kishore Gautam, and Executive Members, C.A. R.D. Pandey, Binay Khakural, Director of External Affairs, Principal of Global College of Management, Amba Datta Joshi, and Research Reviewer, Rajendra Oza, to take their respective seats. Please, everyone, please take your seat in the front.
finally, we request all the paper presenters from international communities in Nepal, executives and faculties from Global College and Associates, volunteer students from GCI and Global College Cambridge and Liberty College, technical staffs and all participants to kindly take their respective seats.
Moving on, we now proceed to the inauguration of the conference by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
May we respectfully request our chief guest, Professor Shilu Mananda Bhattacharya, together with the conference chief and dignified personalities, the dais to kindly light the lamp and formally inaugurate the 7th Global International Conference 2025.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We're very honored to have you here. We now request everyone to stand up on their feet for the national anthem to bear respect to our foundation.
सयुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सयुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचल वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र अटल ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहुल जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Our A-Levels Executive Principal, Mr. Suraj Baral, to take his seat. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, we invite Dr. Devraj Paneru, Conference Advisor, to formally welcome the conference delegates with his welcome speech.
Thank you. The inaugural ceremony anchors, Srijal and Urja. Namaste, good morning. Yeah, backsiders, please. Okay. Respected conference chair, a very senior economist of Nepal, Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, the chief guest, Professor Shilu Mananda Bhattacharya, distinguished guests from Midwest University, distinguished guests and guest of honors from the University of Huddersfield, UK, guest of honors from Japan, from other nationalities, professors from other universities like Kathmandu University, and of the dais, dignitaries, distinguished delegates, paper presenters, the students of Global College International, and of course, Liberty College volunteering this conference, A-level students who volunteer the culture dance, and all the delegates, technical staff, faculty members, everyone. First of all, I take this privilege to welcome you to this 7th Global International Conference. That is an August event, a very reputed flagship of Global College International, also organized in collaboration with its associates and many other collaborators from Nepal as well as international communities. Please accept my note of thank you and also welcome for your very precious, valuable presence. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, your presence has encouraged us with a collective commitment to promote research, innovation, and of course, global cooperation. That was way back envisioned when Global College International started organizing the international conference back in 2019. I was the coordinator and ever since coordinated 6 global international conferences. And this 7th Global International Conference on the series has grown as anything as a very valuable platform inviting the international researchers, Nepalese researchers, professionals, practitioners, seniors, and of course, early stage researchers. I have seen the vibrancy that has ever increased amongst our own faculty members, students, Nepalese academia, together with international academia, and also the professional fronts. That is why I believe that on behalf of the organizing committee, I also have this conviction that Global International Conference has become a very scholastic tradition of this institution, whereon your presence not only adds to the intellectual stature, but also encourages everyone to come together and start the international dialogues on today's emerging agenda. Actually, way back in 2019, we welcomed the delegates to talk about what would be the innovation in management, in business management, in finance, and etc. But then we tried to add on the themes year after year, and then we saw that the emerging technologies cannot be avoided. We cannot isolate them. And we have seen that every sector, every situation, every sphere of the academia or business fronts, everywhere there is a virtual system and coming together and also challenging the human beings. Therefore, now on the virtual fronts, we can see that AI and machine learnings are becoming so much intercepting. So I would like to add and also welcome you. I have a big reason to welcome you for your intellectual presence, not only for encouraging us, but also making a contribution to that intellectual presence. That is, today we can see that why we chose this theme. We can see that the AI and the machine learnings are reshaping the economic, educational, and every landscape, which is there we have to concern for the development. So I can give you a few examples, like we can see one very humorous example. I have a puppy at home. It's a 4 months puppy, so lazy boy. And I was so much worried how to train this guy. But then I saw that on my smart mobile phone. You know, my son, he is a 7th grade student. He showed me, that AI puppy and the AI people interacting, making kind of language interlocutions happening there. And then we showed that to our puppy. It is a realistic example I am sharing here. I saw that within a week or two, he is with us for 2-3 weeks now, and the puppy started, making language with us and also following the instructions, because that AI puppy on there, it starts jumping, and a small child, shouts at the puppy, and the puppy also responds to that. So that was this example. With this example, what I mean to share is, AI has become kind of not only a thing of a gadget of the luxury, but also the essential asset. So another example I can give you, which is very much academic example, like we can see that the Google DeepMinds, in the health sectors now, they are making with their data-driven analysis how clinical things are becoming accurate with the testings. Another example is there, and so many examples I have. And I have also gone through a few literature, and I found that the UNESCO framework of AI, has understood and also deliberated that with the AI analytics, the education systems, national education systems, together with global education systems, are becoming more accurate and more profound, more accessible and equitable. So if that is so, we thought way back with the conference coordinator, Dr. Jivak Bajracharya, through our brainstorming phase, that now is time that we have to talk about AI and machine learning. And this talks about the relevance of the theme that we have chosen. So with the relevance, what I mean also to say that there are coming, associated so many challenges with AI too. There are good things happening and other bad things. So it's time to explore the AI intervention, AI integration with criticality as well. So adopting it where and adopting it not where. So these are some of the areas that the international conferences can help out to explore and to move further. Because every one of us can agree with me that the international conferences are the platforms where the research-driven knowledge is disseminated. And without research-driven knowledge, the practitioners, the professional fronts cannot also go alone themselves. So we have to go together, we have to bring every community together, and that is the main intention of this conference. And for this contribution, we can see that you have your vibrant presence here. For this vibrant presence, for this intellectual dialogue to happen today, for your engagement, for your contribution on behalf of the organizing committee, which is like Global College International's organizing committee, scientific committee, and organizers, I would like to extend so many thanks, and at the same time welcome you to stay with us for 2 days and come up with a message to give to the practitioners, the market fronts, and at the same time the academia together. So with that, with these words, I finally would like to again welcome you all the dignitaries and also the researchers. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Poneru, for delivering an illustrative welcome speech and explaining us how AI and ML can be linked to management practices. Now, for the conference overview, we now like to call upon Dr. Jivak Bajracharya, the conference coordinator, to deliver his speech.
Well, thank you, my dear students. Warm greetings, namaskar, ohayou gozaimasu, and a splendid good morning to all our respected chief guests, conference chair, distinguished guests, guests of honors, and my dear colleagues from around the globe. Thank you once again for being here, which is the symbol of the splendid, sort of achievement of 7th Global International Conference 2025. As being the conference coordinator, I would like to highlight 2 major key dimensions of the 7th GIC 2025. First is what this conference is all about. You might have lots of questions in your mind, right? Yes? This 7th GIC 2025 is all about enhancing our academic excellency, linking education and employment, and impactful research in the world of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We as an educator, we as a policymaker, we as a corporate leader, And we as a learner, and much more, we as a dreamer of 21st century, we all have to know about how we can use AI and ML in the world of 21st century. So in order to answer all those queries, we are going to explore. We are going to explore together from the veterans, educators, leaders, and also researchers from the 10 plus countries and with a tsunami of 100 plus presenters around the globe. So this is we are going to cover in the keynote as well as in the parallel session. So second one is about why this 7th GIC conference is very crucial in the landscape of Nepal and that of the globe. Well, can I ask everyone in this hall, is there anyone who is apart from this AI and machine learning still now? Anyone? We are using, right? AI and ML in somehow. So definitely the answer is no. We all have been using the AI and ML. But the key part is about, yes, we are using AI and ML. But are we using that in the right track? Are we using for our needful purpose? We do have the multifarious dilemmas. We do have the multiple, questions in our mindsets. So in order to enhance our knowledge, competency, and mindset, how we can integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning in the world of technical or digital age, we are going to explore. We are going to learn together from the experts from the United Kingdom, that of the Japan, from the German, African continent, and that of the definitely Nepal and Malaysia. We are going to explore within this 2 days conference, and definitely we are going to triangulate and going to validate our knowledge from the policymaker point of view, from the students' point of view, as well as from the educator's point of view. So this is all we are going to have in this 2 days conference, starting from today and going to end by tomorrow, 12:30 a.m. So lastly, before leaving this platform, it's my very honor, and I'm very happy to be here to coordinate this 7th GIC conference. Till now, Dr. Paneer has handling. Definitely, without him, this conference is not success. Thank you. Thank you for that. Definitely, from this platform, I would like to heartfelt thanks to our executive chairman, Dr. Khagendra Prasad Oza, whose leadership is marvelous in order to connect academia, education, and definitely in the corporate world. Thank you. Well, but last not least, definitely our organizing team members from the Global College International, that of the co-organizers, our respected guests at the dais and that in the hall, definitely our splendid volunteers, students, thank you guys. Without your help, this is not possible, and definitely our supporters. Thank you everyone. With this, let's enjoy this 7th GIC 2025 with the new heights of our knowledge, competency, and mindset. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for making it clear about what the conference is all. We are also joined by Dr. Subhash Shrestha, the former principal of Global College International. He is contributing as a session chair today. Now, may we call Professor John Murray, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Huddersfield, and our guest of honor to deliver his speech.
Thank you. Good morning and namaste. First of all, let me apologize. I'm just getting over a common cold, so I might have to cough a little bit, so I apologize. So firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to your 7th International Conference, looking at AI and machine learning and applying this to innovation and sustainability. I think we'll can all agree AI and machine learning is absolutely the hot topic, not just of the week, the month, but the year, but possibly the decade as well. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. So my name is Professor John Murray, and I am the Pro Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of Huddersfield in the UK. And I think, really importantly, part of my research and my main aspect of research is around artificial intelligence. And the fact that I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning will come into some of the speech that I'll give in a moment about how those two areas really synergize quite well at the moment. I also hope that a lot of colleagues will take the opportunity during the conference to network and speak to each other and learn from each other. For me, part of the importance of these kinds of events is to learn from distinguished colleagues, peers, and to see kind of how people are using these technologies in their practice. So my research area as a professor is in, as I say, artificial intelligence and robotics. And part of the research I do is looking at how we build trust and ethics in AI, how we get people to trust and engage in artificial intelligence systems. So we use AI and robotics in a lot of areas such as healthcare. We do a lot of predictive analytics, predictive healthcare, but also we look at rehabilitation as well and how we can use artificial intelligence to help people who might have disabilities, who might be recovering from hospital, and to help them live better at home. Now, a lot of the work I do at the University of Huddersfield is around teaching and learning, and I want to focus on two key aspects of how my research in artificial intelligence, my research in ethics and trust, plays into my role as Pro-Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning. So, I believe very strongly that education must shift from knowledge delivery to capability building. What we need to do, rather than just stand and talk to our students and pass knowledge verbally, we need to engage. We need to build capability with our students, engage with them, ask questions, build dialogue. And what we need to do is our graduates must become AI literate in a world of AI. Not AI dependent. So hands up who's used AI. So everyone in the room has probably used AI in some way or another. Who's familiar with ChatGPT? Okay, a lot more hands went up then, right? So everyone knows what ChatGPT is. So it's important that we use technology, that we use artificial intelligence, but not just be consumers of knowledge, but developers and discoverers of knowledge. So rather than be AI dependent and reliant on AI technology, our students, our graduates, you in the room, I believe must become AI literate, must understand how AI can be used, how it can transform our lives, how we can use it to build a better society. The core capabilities that we need to look at when we do this is we need to look at how we use the prompting technology of AI. So when we're using ChatGPT, for example, when we're using large language models, we need to understand how we prompt those models, how we engage with the technology, but more importantly, what the information comes back is telling us as well. So not just view it blankly, not just take it as read, but interpret it, understand it, criticize that information that's coming back from that technology. We must also look at ethical and responsible use of AI with our students and make sure that what we're using AI for is around sustainability goals, is around climate change, is around food and health security, how we can use AI to help strengthen our lives, how we can build a better society from the use of AI. And we must be critical of the evaluation of AI outputs. So not just, as I say, be AI consumers, but AI literate, understanding the AI technology. So universities, and a lot of what I do in my role, universities must transition not just from teaching answers, but to teaching students how to ask better questions, how we get students to challenge us as educators. One of the things I engage with most, one of the things I really enjoy when I'm teaching my students is not just standing up and delivering a speech and delivering a lecture, but is having the students ask me questions, having the students engage with me so that we can enter a dialogue of shared understanding and shared knowledge. And the questions we must ask is, how can AI help us live better? How can we use that AI technology to help us with sustainability, with climate change, with food security, with health security, energy security? A lot of these are challenging areas that we're trying to research at the moment, and AI can open the door to those for us. The next area I want to touch upon is a call to action. is looking at building AI literate nations. Not just companies that engage in AI, but how nations can embrace AI. How as a society we can capture the use of artificial intelligence to build better societies for our citizens, better connected countries that we can work closer together and collaborate in this space. So if we want sustainable innovation, AI literacy must become a national capability. So governments must capture the use of AI and how we engage with AI with our graduates. Our students are our next CEOs, they're our next business developers, they're our next healthcare professionals. So we need to make sure that our students understand the use of artificial intelligence. So through government, we must help inform policy, infrastructure, and digital inclusion. Through industry, we must look at reskilling. A lot of industries are changing because of the use of AI. How do they embrace in that technology? How can we, as educators, support those industries to transform and look at responsible deployment? Universities must be interdisciplinary in AI literacy for all degrees, so embed artificial intelligence across all subjects. And communities for access, safety, and empowerment. AI literacy is the new driver of sustainable development, innovation, and global competitiveness, especially for emerging economies such as Nepal. So, machine learning is also transforming research itself. AI is accelerating the pace of discovery. We're now doing things in weeks that once took us months or even years to understand and comprehend. So AI is really transforming how we push boundaries. In science, for example, AI can really speed up the look at protein design and protein folding for new drug discovery. We can look at climate modeling. We can model climates very quickly, which what once took us years can now take us even days. And in societal science, large-scale behavioral data sets and simulations and predictive models of how societies move, change, adapt, and grow. So what for me is really important is that AI is embedded through our educational practice, through all subject disciplines. We look at AI's use for tackling global challenges, such as energy security, food security, health security, and climate change. And that we build our better graduates, better societies through the use of AI and sustainability. And I believe AI can really open the door for us to do that. So I hope that you enjoy the keynotes and the presentations that are happening over the next 2 days. You take away a lot of information and you think about how artificial intelligence can help you become a better citizen of a globally connected world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for delivering research-driven and empirically tested insightful information. We truly believe in Professor's speech that AI would surely take over in the universities as well as college and school subject and truly assist us further in our studies. We are also joined by the Vice Principal of Uniglobe School, Barsana Thapa, and we also request you to kindly take your respective seat, ma'am. Now, we would like to call our guest of honor, Professor Subhankar Kodil, the Registrar of Midwest University, to deliver his speech.
Respected Chairperson, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guests, faculty members, students, journalists, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my privilege to speak on integrating management with artificial intelligence and machine learning for innovation and sustainability in the digital era. The digital era has transformed traditional management practices into dynamic, technology-driven strategies. AI and ML are practical tools that redefine how we plan, organize, lead, and control. Digital era requires a strategic, multi-dimensional approach. We can integrate AI and machine learning in decision-making, process automation, customer experience, deploy AI-powered personalization, and sustainability monitoring. Likewise, we can innovate products through AI and machine learning, focusing on sustainability. We would be able in organizational readiness, like skill development, ethical governance, and change management, fostering a culture that embraces technology and continuous learning. We can develop technology infrastructure like a cloud and edge computing, data strategy, and integration platforms. AI-powered AI for academic management, administration, effective and sustainability. AI-powered analytics enable managers to make data-driven decisions, anticipate market trends, customer behavior, and operational risks. Routine tasks such as scheduling, inventory, control, and customer services are now automated through AI, freeing managers to focus on strategic innovations. Machine learning algorithms analyze consumer data to deliver personalized experience, enhancing brand loyalty and competitive advantages. Innovation thrives when technology and management collaborates, AI and ML, to foster product development, process optimization, business model transformation. Sustainability is not just an environmental concern, it is an economic and social imperative. AI and machine learning contribute by reducing waste, smarter cities and green technologies, ethical AI. Using AI and machine learning, we have challenges and responsibilities too are data privacy and security, skill gaps workforce, ethical concerns in AI deployment. Managers must lead with responsibility, ensuring technology serves humanity and aligns with sustainable development goals. In conclusion, integrating management with AI and machine learning is essential for innovation, competitiveness, and sustainability. Organizations should embrace digital intelligence with human wisdom. वास्तवमा व्यवस्थापन नवीनता र दिगो विकासका लागि एआई र मसिन लर्निङ एकीकृत गर्न रणनीति योजना, डेटामा आधारित निर्णय, दिगो उत्पादन सेवा मोडल र मानव प्रविधि सहकार्य आवश्यक हुन्छ। व्यवस्थापनमा एआई र मसिन लर्निङ एकीकरणले नवीनता, दक्षता र दिगो विकासलाई एकसाथ अघि बढाउँछ। तर यसलाई सफल बनाउन रणनीतिक योजना, नैतिकता र मानव प्रवृत्ति सहकारी अपरिहार्य हुन्छ। नैतिकता र मानव प्रवृत्ति सहकार्य लागू गर्दा अन्तिम निर्णय मानवले गर्नुपर्दछ। यसैले नैतिकता, पारदर्शिता र सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व सुनिश्चित गर्दछ। Our university has been prepared for MUDAS, means Midwest University Automation, Digitization Automation System. Let us prepare ourselves not just to adapt, but to lead this transformation with vision, ethics, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kadil, for explaining us how AI and ML can be linked in management as well as daily practices. Now, we would like to invite our guest of honor, His Excellency Rob Finn, the UK Ambassador to Nepal, to kindly take his seat upon the dais and request our volunteers to honor him with bouquet and khada. Now, I'd like to request His Excellency Rob Finn to deliver his conference speech.
Namaste, Sabajana Lai. I'll lapse into English just because I have some colleagues here from the UK. But I am always happy to attend a conference like this, which showcases the way the education sector is the very place where the 200-year-old friendship between the UK and Nepal meets the modern world. And I have to say, this is an ambitious exam question, integrating management with artificial intelligence and machine learning for innovation and sustainability in the digital era. So I hope you've all come up with an answer. I thought I would just share with you that this question is affecting every single organization on the planet. We had a conference in London not long ago where a captain of industry, the man who runs Octopus Energy for my British friends, said there were only two kinds of company in the world. Those were tech companies, and the second category was the companies that hadn't yet worked out that they were supposed to be tech companies. And that actually applies to universities, to colleges, and to diplomatic services like mine. And why my visit is brief today, it's because I have my boss, the British government's director for South Asia, visiting Kathmandu. And I've just left him in a meeting discussing exactly this question with my team. How can we use AI more smartly in our work with Nepal? And of course there are many ways in which we can do that, but they will not make the human element redundant. We, the human beings, need to fit in with this new technology. There is no escaping it. But it will always need us. And I'll give you an example of how the ways in which human beings and artificial intelligence will fit together in slightly surprising ways. And this comes from a discussion between the British government and the US government about diplomacy in the era of AI. You might expect that the AIs would look after the data and the human beings, in this case the diplomats, would look after the interface with human beings. In fact, it looks like the opposite will be true. Increasingly, the human input is going to be about data quality to make sure that as foreign offices and diplomatic services, we have the best possible pool of data to work with. And then it is the AI that is going to cut that data in different ways and present it and basically write the speech or write the list of points for the minister to make. And that is mind-boggling, not least because if my job turned into data quality, I would do it rather badly. So it does actually put a big emphasis on education, helping professionals, even aging diplomats like me, acquire these new tools, the ability to prioritize data acquisition and the reliability of the data that we have. Last night at my house, we had a reception between two powerful organizations in the world of statistics. One is the UK government's Office of National Statistics, and the other is the Nepal's NSO, National Statistics Office. And these two professions are now working together to share insights about how to use data and statistics better in the area of public policy. And we were celebrating the speed with which Nepal was making this change. Not very long ago, we had Nepal's national census. What an important moment that was. And it did a daring thing. It changed the poverty rate. And of course, that line, the poverty line, is a deeply sort of contentious policy decision. But they did so on the basis of good data. And working with their British colleagues behind the scenes, they took that risk. They said, we're going to do this thing, we're going to move the poverty line. We know it is going to stimulate public debate. We know it is going to be controversial. But we can stand behind this decision because we have the statistics, we have the data. And sure enough, it was controversial. There was vigorous public debate. Many people attacked the decision. But the government could defend itself on the basis of data. And as a result, there was a proper public discourse in Nepal about the poverty line. There were other things built on that. I went to a conference about 6 months later with the Dalit community about the way their community shows up in the data. And there was a really vigorous debate in the room, about 50-50, split down the middle. And about half the Dalits represented there were saying, it is bad that not more people are self-identifying as Dalits. If we don't have a big number of Dalits represented in the national census, we are going to lose our identity and our leverage. And about the other half of the people in the room were saying, I have fought my whole life to enable my children not to self-identify as Dalits, if that's what they want. So you can see, the data doesn't solve anything. It doesn't provide an answer. But it does help people debate more effectively what their interests are and what they need. I think my last remarks will be about education in Nepal, because I think this is an education situation. Those of you who've heard me speak before know I am passionate about education, both public sector education and private sector education. And the UK likes to think we are a full spectrum education partner for Nepal. We have been doing education with Nepal for many decades. We are extremely proud of what Nepal has achieved in the area of access to education. Basically, that's one of the the Sustainable Development Goals which have been achieved in Nepal, and that is worth celebrating. But when it comes to education outcomes, the quality of the education which is being accessed, we have a very long way to go. And this is where we see families and students leaving the country in pursuit of education elsewhere. And so, while I'm always proud if these families choose the UK as a destination to go and study, I am even prouder when instead we have something called transnational education, and we have British universities and colleges setting up in Nepal in partnership with Nepali private sector education providers. And to me, this is an almost magic marriage of supply and demand. The UK has a wealth of education offers to share, and the demand in Nepal is very high. I can feel that by the buzz in this room. I mean, you all care about the quality of education you can get for yourselves and you can provide for your kids. And I think keeping the kids in the country really should be our priority. This country cannot afford the brain drain which is going on. And so I am most proud when British universities come here, team up with Nepali institutions, and help bring high-quality education to consumers here in Nepal at local prices, where they don't have to take a dangerous loan and go abroad. Thank you. And there are a few things flow from that. One is that we, the UK, should not be frightened of quality control. You know, I think it is the government's job here to control the quality of the education services which are imported. And the UK has no fear of quality control. Actually, on the commercial front, it suits us. Our education exports are very high quality, and we're very happy to submit to control by the government. How that is done, of course, is very important. And I think the move to invest more heavily in the University Grants Commission is a good one. I do think these types of functions should be taken away from Tribhuvan University and put in the University Grants Commission. I think that is a better look. And we will be collaborating, we, the British Embassy, the British Council, and the quality assuring bodies in the UK are going to work more closely with the University Grants Commission to try to make sure that this quality control is done in a way which doesn't deny you, the customers, the affordable education which you deserve. I also always say I would like the UGC and not Tribhuvan to sit in judgment on the quality of degrees obtained abroad. I think it is mad that students who have travelled abroad, spent a lot of money, brought back a very prestigious qualification, then have to kind of grovel to a local university for a kind of equivalence registration. That is bad for individuals and bad for the economy, and a very obvious conflict of interest. So I'm glad that's changing. And then perhaps lastly, I really do want Nepal to be less kind of protectionist about the affiliations which are sanctioned. I think if we can get the quality control right, then we can allow commercial forces to bring in more investment and more engagement from British universities, the British education sector, both in Kathmandu Valley and also around the rest of the country. Because I realize that this kind of affiliation game is also partly about making sure that there are openings and opportunities outside Kathmandu Valley. That is a noble policy goal. I had one other thing to say, which is, yes, I don't want to stop talking without telling you something about our work with the public sector, because the UK is heavily invested in public sector, schools education. Just 10 days ago, I was inside the Ministry of Education working with other development partners and UNICEF to support the schools education support program, CSEP I think it's called, and it was a kind of model of engagement between part of the Nepal government and its development partners. We don't have all the answers, but we have an enormous amount of experience in education policy making, and to co-create with the officials in the Ministry of Education was a brilliant experience and something we will always be open to, and I salute Nepal's Ministry of Education for that. I think they are a kind of best-in-class collaborator with their development partners. So on that note, I will end by congratulating you for convening this conference. It is spot on as far as topicality goes. We're all thinking about this. Congratulate the organisers. Thank you for giving me this soapbox. I'm sorry I have to be so quick. I'll sit down for another 10 minutes or so, and then forgive me, I have to go back to my boss who is visiting. Thank you very much.
Well, data is truly powerful and holds importance in the field of AI and machine learning in the future. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech. And we truly look forward to seeing the partnership between Nepal and the UK to flourish and deepen further. Now, as also said by His Excellency Rob Finn, he has to depart from this event. So I kindly request our conference chair, Pushkar Bajracharya, to honor him with the token of love. Well, thank you, Professor Puskar, sir. Now it's vital time to listen from our chief guest. For this, I would like to request Professor Silu Manandar Bajracharya, the Vice Chancellor of Nepal Open University, to deliver her conference speech.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair of the Conference, Your Excellency, Ambassador of UK to Nepal, Pro Vice Chancellor of Huddersfield University, Registrar, Midwest University, distinguished personalities on the dais, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, esteemed researchers and presenters, guests, friends, and the future, our students. Namaste and a very good morning from the beautiful, resilient land of Nepal, where the mighty Himalayas stand as a timeless testament to harmony between power and stability. I feel myself privileged and take it as a profound responsibility to stand before you today as the chief guest at the 7th Global International Conference on the visionary theme, integrating management with artificial intelligence and machine learning for innovation and sustainability in digital era. Additionally, I must thank the GCI for persistent efforts in organizing international conferences continuously during thick and thin, probably the only illustration in Nepal, at least in the academic area, every year during the month of December. And this proves that you have crafted your name with bright colors in the global conference map, thus creating a platform for researchers, academicians, and the students to share their knowledge and works, enhancing the opportunities for collaborative efforts and networking. We are not merely discussing a technological trend. We are navigating a fundamental shift in the very architecture of human enterprise. The digital era is not a distant future. It is our present. And in this present, two powerful rivers of thought are converging: the deep experiential river of management wisdom and the swift transformative river of artificial intelligence. And our challenge and our great opportunity is to ensure this conference creates not a turbulent, destructive force, but a nourishing platform of innovation and sustainability. For decades, management has been the art and science of guiding organizations through complexity, motivating people, developing systems, optimizing processes, allocating resources, and crafting strategy. It has been fundamentally human-centric. AI and ML, on the other hand, represent new capabilities and the ability to detect patterns in oceans of data, to simulate scenarios at lightning speed, and to automate complex tasks towards a more better planet, a more better and fulfilling living beings. The integration we speak of is not about replacing the manager with an algorithm, but about augmenting the leader with an unparalleled lens and tool set, not only to solve the problems of today, but to craft a path towards success, happiness, and a human society. AI is and can be an important catalyst for innovation. It can enable even smaller enterprises to engage in market analysis and product simulation, once reserved for giants. And machine learning models can accelerate new discovery, optimize sustainable supply chains in real time, and personalize education and healthcare at scale. But, and this is crucial, but without sound management, these innovations will remain isolated experiments unless and until we manage all the components to our benefits, the inputs, the processes, and the outcomes. And it is management that provides the strategic direction, the ethical framework, the cross-functional teams, and the change leadership to turn a brilliant AI-driven insight into a transformative product, services, or business model. And management ensures innovation serves a purpose beyond mere novelty. The integration is not just strategic, it is imperative for ensuring sustainability. And we face numerous challenges: climate change, resource inequality and inequity, and social divide leading to disruptions and barriers. AI can be our most powerful friend in this fight. And it can help us model climate impacts with previously unimaginable accuracy, manage smart operations, reduce waste in manufacturing to near zero, replace high fatigue, tiring and repetitive tasks, and monitor ecosystems from satellites. However, technology alone is not everything, and AI optimized solely for short-term profit can deplete resources and exacerbate inequality. And this is where the timeless principles of responsible management, stewardship, equity, and long-term vision must take the driver's seat. And we must manage our AI systems with sustainability as the core objective, not a side effect. And we need managers and leaders who can ask not only can we build it, but should we build it and for what benefit? And I would like to draw your kind attention towards my 3 proposals. The first, cultivating the hybrid mindset. And we must educate and develop a new generation of professionals and retrain current leaders who are bilingual, and they must understand the language of ethics, strategy, and human psychology, and also grasp the potentials and limitations of data, algorithms, and neural networks. Second, building ethical governance from the ground up. Ethical AI cannot be an afterthought. It must be built into the design process. Management bodies must establish clear framework for fairness, accountability, transparency, and privacy. And this is not a constraint on innovation. It is the foundation of trust, without which no sustainable innovation can thrive. Third, fostering inclusive collaboration. The breakthrough will not happen in isolation. We need unprecedented collaboration between data scientists and HR managers, between AI ethicists and operations heads, between startups and policymakers. Conferences like this are very platforms where such collaborations are born and nurtured. As we stand here in Nepal, the Himalayan nation, looking at the peaks, you can see them from this hall itself. Apparently, let us view AI as our new powerful summit, a tool of immense potential. But let management be our compass, our Sherpa guides, and our collective wisdom in sharing our ascent benefits all and leaves the mountain, our planet, nay the universe, intact for those who follow. Our task is to build organizations that are not just smart, but also wise, not just efficient, but also equitable, not just profitable, but also regenerative. Let the discussion over these coming days be purposeful, and let us commit to being the architects of a digital era where technology amplifies our humanity and our commitment to a sustainable world. Thank you and dhanyabad. And I wish you a conference, an immense inspiration and impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. We agree that AI and ML will certainly assist research management professionals in their respective fields. We are joined by Dr. D.L. Puri, Conference Deputy Chief. We request you to take your respective seat. Dear delegates and respected executive members, we have now entered towards the end of inaugural ceremony. For the closing speech, I would like to request Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, our conference chair, to deliver his closing speech.
Namaste, good morning everybody. The chief guest, Vice Chancellor of Nepal Open University, Your Excellency, Ambassador of UK to Nepal, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Huddersfield University, Registrar Midwest University, distinguished dignitaries, paper presenters, researchers, academicians, keynote speakers, participants, and friends. First of all, let me welcome once again, on behalf of myself, the conference managing team, and more importantly, the entire global group, in this session, which has emerged as a very glorifying platform for the things to reveal in the afternoon and tomorrow. All from our innovators, researchers, and thinkers. And I'm sure these are going to be of great value in at least shaping the path to take further, particularly overcoming numerous challenges that we are facing today, we will going to be facing tomorrow. And we have already listened to some of the extremely wonderful words. But let me share some of my stray thoughts, picking up a few words in your title. I have picked 5 words, but let me say only 3, because I want to combine creativity and innovation, sustainability, AI and ML, which I don't know actually. I do not claim I know anything on that area. Though I have long time back done a paper in that area. But long before ICT even was born. Again in Britain, I studied at Edinburgh, working in the 2nd generation computer, learning the COBOL language and all that. But I don't know anything anyway. The kind of development that has occurred means it is completely zero now. But then one word I am hiding it, which our Excellency spoke at length actually. I'm picking up that word, education, okay. So the first, creativity and innovation. We have witnessed numerous changes within a very short period. For the human history, it took a very long time to change at the beginning. But once the knowledge has been established, recognized, the power of knowledge used, then we started changing too fast, obviously. Because the hunters of yesterday, gatherers of yesterday probably took 30 to 50,000 years even to develop some of the simple tools. Though, as I always argue, the Paleolithic era and the Neo-Paleolithic era were much before the Homo sapiens came on this earth. But even for them, only last 20,000 years, I think, all these changes started. Agriculture revolution, almost 15,000 years. Then last 5,000 years. There also almost 4,700 years in the petty developments only, I would say. They may be extremely great developments, shaping the human society and life. But the first industrial revolution, IR0, that started second half of the 18th century. Britain, then the Western Europe, then everywhere else in the world. That is when the innovation became an everyday affair. Competition took place in innovating the things. Creative minds emerged, coming out new solutions. And third, second half of the 20th century, we thought we have developed so much. But then came the ICT era. Internet developed in 1968 by American Army, but they didn't have the platforms except their own 4th, 5th generation computers which they used. Actually, only third generation computers were developed when mainframe computers have been developed when internet was invented, 1968. Desktops and laptops, early 80s, 1980, 1985, gave us a big power. And a mobile, first by Motorola in 1973, cordless telephones, then peer mobiles by two Finnish scientists, by Nokia in 1997, means now everything is in our hands. But have we been able to solve the problems? Have the problems of the world mitigated? We don't see them. Actually, they are all increasing at a geometric pace. We thought after the two world wars of 20th century, there will be no more wars. The League of Nations fell, and the United Nations system on the verge of almost failure today. And ethnically, religiously, culturally, or in any way that we humans can divide. In this part of the world, we used to divide in terms of higher caste, lower caste, something like that. But now that has been gone way beyond. Those who have, those who do not have. Those who are deprived, those who are empowered, those who even could not imagine what empowerment is, that segment of the society. Conflicts have emerged. So it is not the hard war, much more the conflicts and struggles that is emanating like anything in this global arena. Meaning, what does that mean? The conclusion is the kind of knowledge that we know, the path we have developed so far, the strategies we have outlined so far are simply inadequate. They may be outdated, they may not be functioning, or the way they need to be implemented, we have failed to implement. Precisely because of that, we need to cultivate new roads, new paths, and new ways to mitigate our troubles, conflicts, unhappinesses, to create a little bit more human, more peaceful, and more equitable societies. That is why all the innovations should lead to. So why we innovate? Not because, as the chief guest has said, I can, or rather, should we be doing it or not? That's the first thing. Second, sustainability. For a long period, again, we don't have to think even about sustainability. We didn't know the resources of the world that is there, and we will continue to use them. Probably in the universe, there is enormous resources that will be there for all the times. But we have started talking about, when the petroleum crisis started in 1973, as the result of the Yom Kippur War, that is the war between Israel and the Arabs, the last full-fledged war, because the present wars are not the full. I still term them, despite the loss of so much of human losses, as the skirmishes. Then we started thinking about the resource exhaustion. Resources of the world are going to end probably very soon. Of course, in terms of petroleum, they said it will last only 30 years, but new discoveries have led us to conclude it may last 1,000 years. But my question is, are we envisaging the future of humanity only for 1,000 years? Should not there be humans for 10,000, 100,000 or even the billions of years if it is naturally possible. Okay, let me give you one illustration. The utterings of probably the most powerful person in the world today, Donald Trump, as all of you know, who said only just recently, a few days ago. Of course, he is the one who withdrew from the climate agreement during his first tenure, and immediately then Biden joined it again, and then again, immediately after he took over, after the re-election, he again withdrew it. Now he was clarifying the goal or his objective of withdrawing only a few days ago. They say in 358 years, these minor changes will happen. Precisely that is the mindset we have to fight with. That is the thought process which is absolutely derogatory for the world. Because do you have to wait for the problems to emerge and then try to find out the answer for them, wasting hundreds of years and sometimes never? We will never have the answer to do that. Why don't you precaution, the word precaution, why don't we be ready to take the precaution so that even before these problems come, we are ready to address to them? Whatever has happened, already has happened. We have the dual task, therefore, of mitigating the existing problems while being very careful, cautious, not to create additional problems for future generations. Precisely that is why sustainability is important. Every day, whatever you do it, am I going to affect the rights of the future generations? Am I going to create a problem for tomorrow? My consumption habit, my living habit, my wasteful habit, my lack of empathy. We use the word empathy, but I claim humans are the least empathetic persons in the world. No other tribe can compete with the humans in being non-empathic. Because we don't care about others, we don't care about the deprived. We want to accumulate for ourselves only. The society, previously we used to divide it. Western societies are more individualistic, Eastern are more collective. Not true. Everybody is in the same parlance. Probably we are more individualistic. And with that kind of a mindset, are we trying to create a better world tomorrow? Will we be able to do that? Definitely no, impossible. And precisely because of that, we have to bring in, not only in every seminars, but in every second thought, how my action at least can be corrected so that at least the results will be more benefactory. Results will be more empathic. Results will consider even the deprived ones, the most downtrodden segments of the human society. And when we say human society, let us not be selfish only to think about the human society, entire living beings. Now third, as I said, I don't know about AI and machine learning. But here I'm going to talk a little bit more about the precautions plus some of the apprehensions that we have. But let me talk about the advantage. All of our friends have talked about the advantage, what it can. Of course, it can provide us the enormous power and potential. Absolutely no doubt about that. You can better your life as never before imagined, not thought of, imagined before. If the task is full of drudgery, let the machines do it. For example, look at the previously, I'm saying only 60, 70 years ago, 6, 7 decades. In all the industries or power producers, The voltage reading probably is one of the most tedious, undesired job of the world, because you have to have your constant eye on the meters to see that it doesn't go beyond, or you will have to stop it. How can you look continuously at one thing for it? Now, in a few decades, even we do not need AI or some complicated things. Once it is less or above, it will automatically stop. So there are a lot of things full of drudgery. Let me give you one illustration. In course my research, I once reached a Morang sugar factory. That is the first sugar mill of Nepal, established in 1942. Now, of course, I don't know why, don't ask me why that carrying belt is like that. Of course, after the processing of the sugar cane, the bagasse, the carrying belt carried it up to the furnace, but there is a little bit gap, that is about 5-10 feet gap, probably because of the heat of the furnace. The carrying belt may burn. Therefore, one old man was sitting on top of that furnace. Let me tell you, at the gate where we could reach only, the temperature is 50 degrees centigrade. We could not enter beyond that. And don't ask me, the furnace on which that old person was sitting, what would be the temperature of there? He was simply pulling the bagasse down to the furnace. That is the kind of work we were doing. And that is the kind of thing, at least, now we will get relieved of because of AI and all that. Let me tell you only one more example, agriculture. We can significantly improve the land in the world. The cultivable land itself is declining like anything. However, now with the AI, you can forecast we say agriculture, it is mainly externalities, control it, we have little control over them. But that externalities now we can control significantly more with the help of AI. You can forecast if your crop is for 3 months, 100 days, 150 days, or even 1,050 days, you can forecast. And based on that, when to seed, what kind of seeding to be used, what kind of fertilizers to be used, when to use it, when to prune, when to water, when to weed, everything can be precisely determined by AI, meaning the productivity probably can be significantly improved, thus addressing the food problem of the world. Today's food problem is that of distribution, not of production. But anyway, we can still significantly produce more with the precision of these technologies. That is, it can be applied everywhere. Having said that, a few cautions. One, it is going to create a lot of unemployment. If the jobs are being done by the machines, how the humans will be creating the jobs for itself? I have started raising these issues in 2018, 7 years ago, all over the world. But I don't see a lot of university systems, lot of academicians and researchers giving really meaningful address towards this. Because only for most of the time when companies shed the human resources, the argument would be market is less or something like that. For the first time in 2025, Amazon said 14,000 people with an argument that now AI has replaced it. The first incidence of AI absorbing the jobs. But we have been seeing now decades, 100% fully automated factories where not a single person works actually. Let me give you two forecasts of a decade ago. Lot of studies have been done, but that is a part-breaking research. It says only two findings I would like to share. By 2030, machines will be smarter than humans. After AlphaDot defeated Magnus Carlsen, the Dane chess champion, we have two more chess champions after that. 3-0. Garry Kasparov was the first who lost one game, but he defeated the machine 2-1. And at that time there was a little bit of hula or noise only. The kind, it was there since 2 decades or 2.5 decades itself. But we didn't hear much. But once Magnus Carlsen lost 3-0 to the AlphaDot, now we said, oh, this is even in the most complicated game now, machine is more smarter. So the second is, I don't know about all of you, but I don't want it to be the slave of the machines. And third, all kinds of other, there will be no privacy at all. Whatever the machine systems and programs or abilities that we have been able to develop, much better developed to break that will come. And very soon, before 2030, nobody will be able to maintain, no nation state will be able to maintain privacy. Fourth, cybersecurity, safety, and all these kinds of things. Therefore, let me talk about my fourth and last I have already, and that is education. For all these, the answer is education. I am dropping the word management here. Of course, they have all introduced me as the economist, but I am more a management person than an economist. And in the management, I want to add only one word. I don't want to talk even about it. If you say you are a manager or a student manager, you must be able to deliver. Deliver the results. Deliver the tangibles, but deliver the intangibles as well. And intangibles means peace, happiness, satisfaction, sustainability, all. Minus that, it cannot be management. So I don't want. So we have, my clamor call is we have to change our education system. What we are doing, for example, in Nepal, currently the UGC, University Grants Commission, has incentivized the development of new curriculum. They say under the LMDP, labor market driven programs. They are fine, we have to improve it. The knowledge is galloping, we have to capture it. We have to make the knowledge practicable, apply it in our everyday life, take better results out of that, all fine. But what I have been arguing is, in order not to be the slave of the machines, slave of the AI, some additional qualifications, abilities, competencies must be inculcated in the human resources. Or then, and the time is very limited. I have put 2025, 35 as the period, because you can't do it in 1 year or 2 years. And this clamor call is for all the educationists and the university systems all over the world. And again, everybody has. Let me talk about, I have talked in Finland and Norway. What they said is, when we started mechanization in agriculture, they said the same thing, but we created more jobs. In this case also, somehow new jobs will be created to replace it. Now, my argument is, my advocation is, let us not wait for the chances. Let us not leave it to the anarchisms. Let us design from today itself where we can build the additional knowledges. Of course, in my argument, 3 things. 1, integrated your entire education system, even the pure arts. Even if you want to write the lyrics, songs, poems, probably you can do with the help of AI so easily. Give the theme, 4 points, they will write you a better poem, better song, better lyrics. So for everybody, knowledge of AI, machine learning, particularly the IT knowledge is important. that portion should be significantly enhanced. Say 30 to 50% should be that for every discipline. For the discipline which are concentrated, of course, you are going to do that. But 5 or 10% ethics, management, and something like that, the broad horizon, the real humanities subjects, only MI is not going to work. But all of us should include that. That is one change. Secondly, everywhere then, we are the decision makers. We continue should be the decision makers and create emotional intelligence, knowledge, practicability, ability to draw the implications thereof and devise entire things accordingly. And based on that, let's have it. So if you have to add the credits, 10 credits, or reduce 20 credits, that's all fine. But in this way, that is the probably only answer for us to be prepared for tomorrow, or otherwise, we will all be, including myself. Probably I am the oldest person in this class, in this room. But even I am going to see that result, and therefore we have to change, improve our education itself, educating process, and the development of human resources more thoroughly, completely. Not living, let us not compartmentalize it into components. Let's make a whole being. I think, now finally, of course, I'm sure there will be a lot of good deliberations, forward-looking ideas and thoughts being shared, but let us have these kinds of, take these kind of messages a little bit further for careful, intensive deliberations, because the time is limited. Thank you very much. And with this, I think the inaugural session is over.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your experience and insightful thoughts, Professor. Now let's take a moment to thank our sponsors of the event.
Development Partner, 21st Nepal Private Limited. Food Partner, KB Food Service. Display Partner, Shadows Advertising. Tourism Partner, Nepal Tourism Board. Travel Partner, CB Travels and Tours Private Limited. Banking Partner, Agricultural Development Bank. Insurance Partner, Sanima GIC Insurance Limited. Supporting Partner, Max Hub. Supporting Partner, Nebico Limited.
Likewise, supporting partners, Brandad INC, Silapatra Media Network Limited, Frontline Hospital, Namaste Uniforms and Suppliers, Karki Nursery, ABC Television, Wide Vision Media, Unity Sounds, Neeraj and Dhiraj Full Puzzle, Print Communication, Sports Station, KAB Store, BZ Trade Link. Now these were the sponsors of the event. Now we'd like to move towards the token of love distribution. And for this, I'd like to invite Professor Puskar Bajracharya to honor our guest with the token of love.
I'd request the volunteers to please assist. I'd like to call upon our chief guest, Professor Shilu Manandar Bajracharya, to come upon and receive the token of love. Next, I'd like to call upon Professor Shobhakar Karel, the Registrar of Midwest University, to come and receive the token of love. Now, I'd like to call upon Professor John Murray, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Hudderston, UK, to come and receive the token of love. Now I'd like to call upon Professor Lee Fleming, Professor Dean of the School of Computing and Engineering, University of Huddiston, to come and receive the token of love. Next, I'd like to call upon Professor Purnaman Shrestha, Dean School of Management, Midwest University, to come and receive the token of love. Next, I'd like to call upon Professor Wolfgang George to come and receive the token of love. Now, I'd like to call upon Mr. Izioki to come and receive the token of love. Lastly, I'd like to call upon Professor Sudan Jha to come and receive the token of love.
Well, thank you, Professor Puskar. So we're now in the end of the inauguration ceremony. And before signing off, me and Urja would like to thank all the respected DIAS members, executive members, all the students and volunteers who are here present in this inauguration ceremony and who have made this ceremony successful. And would also like to thank all the sponsors as well as all the members who are seated here. And we also have a short notice. We have a keynote session that is starting as 1 p.m. So before that, we have a lunch session starting from 12 p.m. to 12:50. So I'd like to request everyone to take their lunch coupon and head towards the canteen to take their lunch. And before that, we have a short photo session and would like to request all the executive members, directors, volunteers, and students to come up on the stage and have a formal photo session. Thank you so much.
Dean of School of Computing and Engineering, the University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. Please come on the dais and take your seat on the dais. I request everybody to give a big hand for for her. So she will be speaking on leveraging AI and smart home innovation to manage healthcare systems and process. Thank you so much for making it out to come to Kathmandu and then deliver the keynote for our conference. On the row, I request Professor Padam Simkhada, the Associate Dean International, Professor of Global Health, University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom, is going to speak about artificial intelligence in healthcare. Thank you so much, Professor Padam Simkhada, for being with us. And on the same note, may I take this honor to call upon Professor Rupa Kharel, the third keynote speaker for 7th Global International Conference. He is the Associate Dean International, Professor of Cybersecurity, the University of Huddersfield. He is going to talk about navigating the AI revolution, why maturity matters more than models. And fourth keynote speaker we have is Professor Wolfgang George Arid, the founder and executive director, Meaningful Tourism Center, CEO, COTRI, Germany. Thank you, Professor Wolfgang, for making it out to come to Kathmandu and for supporting our 7th Global International Conference with your intellectual contribution. He is going to speak about AI for social harmony, hope emerging from local communities, AI and the future of tourism management and teaching. So the fifth keynote speaker, may I have this honor to call upon Eiichi Aoki, Director, the Institute for Hyper Network Society, visiting researcher, Tama University, Japan. He will be delivering his keynote speech on AI for social harmony, hope emerging from local communities in Japan. The sixth keynote speaker we have been able to invite to 7th Global International Conference. So may I have this honor to call upon Professor Sudan Jha, the lead researcher, Associate Director, Kathmandu University, Senior IEEE member, Nepal. So he will be discussing the hidden cost of intelligence, how AI eats data, power, and water. The seventh keynote speaker we have is Assistant Professor Abdul Mazhar R. He is the Assistant Professor at the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai, India. He is going to anchor integrating artificial intelligence into managerial decision making from the managerial perspective. So the eighth keynote speaker we have is, she is a very senior professor in Malaysia. I'm trying to see whether she is online right now or not. Can you make it out? Can you please tell me? Okay, she is there. She is Professor Sushala Devi K. Sapahi. She is Professor and Director at the Center of Accountability and Governance Research, the Sunway University, Malaysia. So she will be discussing integrating management with AI and machine learning for innovation and sustainability. So the last but not the least, we have the ninth keynote speaker joining from Japan online. He is Professor Ved Prasad Kafle. He is the Research Manager, National Institute of ICT Tokyo. He is the visiting professor, Waseda University, Japan. So he's going to talk about Society 5.0 and supporting technologies of beyond 5G systems and AI. So with these dignitary speakers on the dais, I also request once again, may I have this honor to call upon Professor Pushkar Bajacharya. He is already there, the conference chair with us. Be on the front seat, sir. And also Professor John Murray, he has joined again together with us. And the Executive Vice Principal Kishore Gautam, of Global College International. I can see Senior Professor Dhundi Bhatrai sir, he is there, and also faculty from different colleges. And actually, because of the rush at the lunch, our students and other participants are on queue there, and they are about to come. But by the time they are here, so it's now time not to wait long and then to start the keynote session. Before the keynote speakers, we have the International Chief Advisor for Global International Conference, Professor Himachalam Basraju. He will be delivering an overview of this keynote session, especially of 7th Global International Conference. So I leave the floor with you, Professor Dasraju, over there.
Thank you, Professor Devaraju, for your nice words. And it's my great pleasure and privilege to associate in the 7th Global International Conference, which they are organizing since 2099 on a grand scale. Respected Professor Pushkar Bajracharya ji, Kajendra Vajaji, Devaraj Paneru, my dear friend, and Jivakraj Bajracharya, conference coordinator, distinguished chief guest, special invitees, panel speakers, session chairs, participants, research scholars, students, and the organizing team of Global College International Nepal. Good afternoon to you all. It's my immense pleasure and privilege to be part of this GCI International Conference since 2019. It is a great honor to me, and I thank Professor Pushkar Bajracharya ji for having confidence on me and inviting me and making me part of in each and every conference. Thank you so much, sir. When come to this one, since the global financial meltdown of 2008 and the devastation of COVID-19, which crippled the entire business and disrupted economy across the world, a lot of strategic and innovative developments have been evolving. The technological revolution took place, and emerging technologies are emerged in the global business landscape. And it is true that amid every crisis, there is a greater opportunity. We have to search for light, bright light in the darkness of global menace, and to go ahead with new strategies, innovations, and to face the global challenges rather, to catch up with the emerging growth opportunities and to push up the economy, the people, environment, countries, more so developing countries, should have put the economy on the right track by adopting new economic and business development strategies rather, in a right perspective, say, to face the global challenges. The new technology will be a new boon for sustainable business development. All the countries across the world are now looking forward to a new kind of technology and to build a robust digital-driven business environment. There is no alternative for them. They have to adapt. They have to go for latest development in terms of technology. Emerging disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotics, blockchain technology, IoT, etc., are very much in the business management. Above all, artificial intelligence has rapidly evolved into the transformative force, reshaping industries and business management. As business face dynamic and uncertain the future, integrating artificial intelligence into business management practices offers unprecedented opportunities to the management, and at the same time, management should prepare to get ready for accepting all these challenges which are going to face for the purpose of adopting new technology, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning rather. So McKinsey report, if you go through the McKinsey report recently published 2025, it reveals that 88% of the companies are using at least one AI tool across the world, which indicates that AI is now become a vital part of business efficiency and business growth. It expected $269 billion global AI market value by 2027. The projected CAGR of the global AI market is 37.3% from 2023 to 2030, and the expected total contribution of AI to the global economy is 15.7 trillion by 2030. That is the scope and opportunity of artificial intelligence to the business rather. So there are some AI tools that are coming into force since say long time back. For 2026, this report suggesting that there are top 10 the tools that may be Altexi 1 and Forethought AI and Commodus 8 and Yellow AI and Smart Cat and Nice CX1 and 7th Lab platform and Involve.me and Right Sonic 10 Predace AI. So these are all the expected AI tools which are very much involved in the say business environment, and all the businesses and all sectors of economy should prepare for that rather. Today, so in this, apart from this, we know very well it indicates that it needs focus on upskilling the workforce to cope up with the rapid pace of the challenges and supporting technology in business. So there are a lot of opportunities through AI and machine learning, but at the other side of the coin is there are big challenges to the business management, not only to the business manufacturing and service sector, for hospitality sector, for hospital sector, environment, whatnot. Each and every sectors are facing big challenges with regard to say adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning rather. So these are all the quite common challenges we are observing even in education and business as well. That is the infrastructure, lack of infrastructure. We don't have sufficient infrastructure to adopt artificial intelligence as it is. Another one is data quality and also security. These are all the big challenge one has to face it rather. The lack of AI talent. We don't have sufficient talent. Our workforce, our human resources are not having sufficient talent in order to face the challenges which are going to come across out of adopting AI and machine learning rather. So that's why it requires to train the people, train the human resources on par with say all these developments through artificial intelligence. Without say transforming the human resource to face to deal with artificial intelligence tools, it is highly difficult. So that's why they have to get it ready for that. And the skill gap is there. That whatever the skill it requires now is not at all sufficient. It is not at all sufficient from the viewpoint of the human resource of not only developed countries, even developing countries also. That's why we have to train up our human resource manpower on par with to catch up with the latest developments. And AI integration is also a big challenge. That is the core aspect of today's conference, and I hope the speakers are going to deal all these aspects. Another one is ethical issues. Very recently, say for my edited book by Routledge on MSMEs, artificial intelligence adoption by MSMEs, we got some kind of chapters, but we are very particular to prune it with the help of this some kind of the mechanism that is avoiding similarity or duplication, or avoiding AI-driven writings through ChatGPT and other things rather. To my surprise, don't mistake me, say almost all the papers are having more than 70% of AI resemblance rather. So how academicians can think with regard to the quality aspect adopting with relating to the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a tool. We can use it for improving our efficiency, talent, and the quality, and the what you call profitability cost reduction, and the output, and whatever it may be. So these are all the tools we can make use of for improving our efficiency. At the same time, we should not do it at the cost of ethical issues. Ethics are more important to have more quality wherever it may be. It may be education, or it may be industry, or it may be any other segment for that matter. Another one is some legal issues with regarding to this artificial intelligence and other aspects, transparency and governance, and cyber security. These are all the things, these are all the challenges which we are having. And I hope the present the galaxy of the speakers are going to touch upon all these challenges, and I hope that they are going to give some kind of solutions to come out this the menace, not menace, is an opportunity. It is an opportunity. My dear friends, recently last month when I was at USA, one of my friends is driving Tesla latest car. So it is AI driven, the car, rather AI supported the car. It indicates that while driving, it indicates each and everything, environment, climate, even the oxygen within the car, and the fuel, engine efficiency, whatnot, each and everything. And it is directing where, at what point you are going to get the fuel, and where fuel is available, and so what is the quantity of fuel we have to take, and what direction you are going to drive the vehicle. And even if you cross right or left, it is indicating that, say, indicating to make you, to put you on right track to drive safely and perfectly rather. These are all the developments that are taking place. And another one is, even with regard to the taking fuel and other things, it is directly driving. So this is the point where we have to take, and this is the amount of fuel we have to take. And so if you want to reach, it requires some more fuel, some more amount of fuel. Each and everything is being directed by AI supporting tool. That is the latest developments in the Tesla, and of course Tesla is introducing in say other developed and developing countries also. We are viewing all this. And another important aspect I want to make it clear here is with regard to the healthcare and healthcare sector. So most of the surgeries, we got a lot of equipment, a lot of AI supporting tools in order to, say, undergo surgery and other things rather. With the help of AI, simply say we are completing the surgery process and other things. And I don't want to take much time. Why? Because my responsibility is to highlight the need and importance of the present, the theme of the conference, and the challenges which we are facing, and the kind of challenges, kind of solutions, kind of mechanism which we need in order to, say, move forward successfully in the digital driven global economy. So I request all the speakers, say, to fulfill all these, say, in order to have the more and more the useful and fruitful deliberations, so that the delegates and say the team of GCA will get a lot of benefit. All the academicians are a lot of benefit rather. With these few remarks, I am leaving to Professor Devaraju to, say, continue this keynote speaker section. And finally, I am once again thanking Professor Pushkar Bajracharya ji and the team of GCI for having involved me in this process. It is a great opportunity, rare opportunity to all the delegates and also participants. It is a wonderful team, wonderful team. I am appreciating the GCI more so. Pushkar Bajracharya ji, he is the main, say, brain for running all these rather. I know that. And so once again, congratulations GCA and other things. Thank you very much. Namaste, 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 namaste.
Thank you, sir.
Giving some examples as well of the AI.
Namaste, you can continue.
So I request you to stay there, Professor Dasraju, as the International Chief Advisor, also to chair this session.
Yeah, I will be there. I will be here.
Fine, sir. Thank you so much. And now, before I call upon the keynote speakers, just a few things to share here. Each keynote speaker here will be given 15 minutes of the time to deliver. And within 15 minutes, we expect a few questions to come from the floor, or if any question is from the floor, the keynote speaker herself or himself will be addressing that answer in 1 or 2 minutes. So that way, let's try to finish up your keynote deliverance within 15 minutes timeline, so that every keynote speaker gets time, and we close this keynote session within our timeline. Thank you so much. So now, without waiting a lot, and I can see that our audience is down there on the ground as well, watching and listening to the keynote speaker. So on the row, I take this honor to call upon the first keynote speaker, Professor Lee Fleming, to deliver her keynote speech. Thank you so much. Floor is with you now.
Namaste. Conference Chair, honoured and distinguished guests, delegates and students, I just want to say thank you for the honour of being invited to speak to you today. My talk is entitled Leveraging AI and Smart Home Innovation to Manage Healthcare Systems and Process. But really I want to talk about a case study of how AI and machine learning can benefit healthcare systems, not just in the UK, but globally. Just some facts and figures on UK, and I know that this translates to different parts of the world. Oh, we've gone there. So diabetes, a global issue, is estimated to cost the NHS, so the UK's National Health Service, £10.7 billion per year, a huge sum of money. Respiratory illness such as COPD, asthma, bronchitis, these are also a big burden financially and in terms of resource on healthcare systems across the world. In order to address these challenges, we need to leverage technology and leverage AI. People have been working on these challenges for years now, and the problem has been growing, not decreasing. In order to get a different result, we need to do a different approach. One thing that all of the people with these conditions share in common is that they have to live somewhere. They have to dwell in a home, in an apartment, in a residential care setting. So everybody has to reside somewhere. And although not everybody will engage in technology, we can engage technology in homes. The pictures that you see on the screen there are of the Huddersfield Smart House. So on our campus at the University of Huddersfield, we have a home within a lab. And that home is situated within our technology block, so we can control all of the environmental factors within that setting. Now, it's not smart because we have a smart fridge that tells you what to eat for dinner. It's not smart because we have a robot vacuum, although we do have a robot vacuum in there. It's smart because it's wired with sensors that are able to tell us about the environment within that home, regardless of the activity that's going on there. So each of these sensors that are within the home can tell us different aspects of the indoor air quality. They can tell us about the temperature. They can tell us about the different types of particulate matter that are within that home. And what that means is we can build up a picture of what's happening inside that house at any given moment and for any given occupancy. And you've got an example of some of the factors there that we're able to gauge. One case study that we have been working on, globally we have a drive to net zero. And if anybody knows anything about the housing in the UK, it's typically old, it's not very environmentally sustainable, and unlike your beautiful weather here today, we have cold, damp days for a good proportion of the year, which means the indoor air quality is affected by anything that we do to the houses to make them more environmentally efficient. So if we put in sealed windows to stop wind coming through and rain, it impacts on the environment in the house. That environment becomes more moist. We see the growth of things like mold, and that impacts on people's health. That impacts on people's lungs and their respiratory function. We're able to, therefore, change the different types of interventions in the house to see how they impact on the indoor air quality and ultimately how that might impact on the occupant's health. So we can use these sensors to look at what that means in terms of health. And our distinguished speaker this morning spoke of not having just data knowledge, but having data wisdom. And I think that's a really critical point. We can collect the data from all of these sensors. We can understand what's going on in the home. But how do we actually translate that into tangible benefits for our occupants, but more importantly for this sort of investigation, for our healthcare system? So how do we have that data actually impact on the resources and the healthcare systems and the processes that we use? Well, we also know that there is a huge amount of technology, a huge amount of AI, which is able to monitor our health through either wearable technology, looking at different aspects of physiological behaviour. So we can map our physiological behaviour and we can have a look at what's going on in the house. And one of the key things we can do there then is to develop a signature for each person that occupies the house. So we are all creatures of habit. You will typically get up at a similar time, you'll make a cup of tea at a similar time, or you'll make your breakfast at a similar time, you will go to bed at a similar time. People tend to visit at similar times of the day. So each person in a house can have a signature that all of those sensors are bringing together that information to give you a signal, if you will, a signal of data. Now, if that data varies, we can match that to the physiological data to see if that indicates a change in the physiological status. So if you are in pain, you're likely to move slower. You may get out of bed later. That will change your signal. If you experience respiratory distress, you're likely to have a different environment inside in terms of the CO2 you're emitting and the types of activities that you're doing. So all of this can be built into your signal and matched up to your physiological state and your health status. Now what that means is if we can marry up all of these different aspects, we get a huge amount of data. If we can leverage machine learning and AI, which is the process that we're now going through, we can start to look for patterns in those signals, match those to hospital admissions, match them to increase in prescriptions for different drugs. And all of those things are what the financial burden is that you saw on that first slide. If we can reduce those elements by predicting them, much like we would have condition monitoring for a wind turbine, we apply those same condition monitoring activities to a person, and in building a digital twin of the home, in building a digital twin of the home, we can start to control the home and how it impacts on the health of the occupants, and we can start to monitor the health of the occupants and see how the health systems impact on that, so that we can reduce the burden, reduce the cost, and more importantly, improve the life of the occupants of those homes. So if we can leverage all of that data, knowledge, turn it into data wisdom, we're able to then provide targeted intervention, timely intervention, so that we've actually got preventative maintenance of health. Rather than treating the symptom, we'll be treating the root cause and adapting our housing and adapting our processes and systems within our healthcare to be able to leverage improved outcomes for patients, retain independence for the ageing population, which is a big priority in the UK, so that we can ensure that our older communities are living more independently and living better quality lives for longer. And it gives us a rich resource in terms of research, so that we can then use that huge bank of data wisdom to adapt the way we care for people, to improve our care, to improve our interventions, and do that thing differently so that we can have a different outcome and we can reduce the global burden of diabetes, of cardiovascular disease, of obesity, of COPD, and all of those other issues that are causing people great distress and causing a huge burden on our healthcare systems. Thank you. Any questions? No questions? Okay. Dhanyabad.
Thank you, Professor Lee Fleming, for highlighting on the AI interception with examples of the use of AI in the UK health sector, together with very interesting examples, and also your logic, the need to learn how to make things better with AI. Also, I think we have to boost up the infrastructure for AI as well. That's what you have brought here, and also the example of like the sensor to bring the uniformity and many things. It's very insightful keynote speech. Thank you so much, Professor Lee Fleming, for delivering your keynote speech. But because of some time adjustment, I'm trying to bring some keynote speakers further, forward, and then the other keynote speakers will be on row. So here, this is the time to listen to another keynote speaker online from Japan. He is Professor Ved Prasad Kaple, the research manager, National Institute of ICT Tokyo, visiting professor, Waseda University, Japan. So may I know if Professor Ved Prasad Kaple, are you there, sir? Yes. So we have allocated 10 minutes for the online speaker. Now the floor is with you. Over to you. You need to unmute Professor Ved Prasad Kaple. Still you're not audible, so sorry.
Oh.
Professor Ved Prasad Kaple, you're not audible. Okay. Yeah, here you go, please.
Now?
Yes, audible.
Professor Gururatj is audible.
I am now audible, right?
Yeah, I am hearing.
Please
Hearing.
Step on.
Okay, thank you so much. So I am just starting my presentation. Sorry for being absent from the physical participation, and thank you so much for allowing me to present my thought on AI and AI management related things. I am Ved Kaple. I am from Japan. As already introduced, I am a research manager at NICT. It's a national research institute in Japan, and also visiting professor at Waseda University. So my slides are also visible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. The second slide is just my introduction. I am not giving much time to this. I have listed my experience here. I think this slide would be later shared by the organizers. So in today's talk, what I am going to cover, I am going to show you some sort of transition from Society 1.0 to Society 5.0, and highlighting some of the enabling technologies, including AIs and beyond 5G network systems. So this slide gives an overview of transformation of society from Society 1.0 to Society 5.0. So these are just a conceptual demarcation of actually 1.0 is considered for the long back society, like, when the society started existing, and at that time, stone, metal were used devices or the supporting what we call machines to humans. And after that, Society 2.0, farming society came in. At that time, people started using farming tools, animal powers to support their farming works. And then the other society, Society 3.0, which is the industrial society, started about 400 or 500 years ago. And in this society, people started using engine, basically steam engines, and the industrial revolution type of things happened. And then the society where we are currently in is the Society 4.0, information society, where we have computers, satellites, etc. And the next society, which is being considered to come into existence, is the super smart society, which would be supported by enabling technologies of IoT, Internet of Things, big data, AI, and the network systems. As we are experiencing advancement in the network system, currently we are using 5G system in most of the developed countries and 4G systems in other considered to be the enabling technologies for Society 5.0. So let me give you a brief overview of Society 5.0. In this slide, I have listed current society and the Society 5.0. Current society is on the left side and the 5.0 is on the right side. In the current society, as you know, we have been using data a lot. We are collecting data from different service domains, but the data collected from those domains are not linked together. They are collected and used within the domain. And in Society 5.0, it has been envisioned that data collected from multiple sectors, multiple service sectors would be merged together in the form of big data. And the big data would be again processed by using different tools of AI and machine learnings. And then after processing the data, we can make some sort of very smart decision, and the decision would be fed to the physical space. So here is also the concept of cyber and physical space. So physical is
there is some sort of disruption in
data space. I see. Now, how is it audible?
Yeah, please. Yes. Professor Ved, yeah, please.
Okay, yes, sorry for it. And then, as I said earlier, society is leading to realize human-centered society. So in human-centered society, the human would be in the central, and different kinds of things would be considered to optimize. The vitality related with the human, like job security, easiness of doing job, would be established. And the other point is high quality life. The life would be better, easier, people would be getting healthier or having better quality of life. Similarly, comfort is also important for human life. So comfort would be there in Society 5.0. So mainly these three key areas are under consideration in Society 5.0. So in order to enable Society 5.0, we have to exploit technology. So for the technology, since we are talking about the ICT, so I have listed here 5 key technology that would be helpful to support Society 5.0. The first one is networking system. We are currently, as I said earlier, we are using 5G network, but in near future, after 2030, 6G networks would be available. And then AI, as we know, AI is indispensable technology currently in our society. And then Internet of Things, IoT would be another major component, because IoT would be enabling to make things smart, like a smart city or a smart agriculture, whatever we call a smart health. They would be using devices, very tiny devices, all connected to the network. And big data, as I said earlier, big data would be another concept where data collected from different domains would be merged together and processed. Then the robotics would be helping human, would be replacing human in some very difficult tasks. So this figure shows how physical space and cyberspace would be working together, how they are connected through sensing and actuation, and the different technologies would be working together.
Professor Baid, please, could you wrap up in 2 minutes now? Because we're running out of time.
Yeah, it's almost done. Yeah, it's almost done. So as I belong to network research area, we have been using AI for the network service design, then deployment, then the monitoring and control. So here I have shown some of the life cycles, network service design and design, deployment, control, management life cycle, where AI is playing a very crucial role. For example, when we design the network service, we have to analyze the requirements. AI is helping us after analyzing requirements. We need to allocate functions to the different components. AI is helping us. And after the network deployment, we have to again monitor the performance to know about the failures or other performance issues. AI is helping there. And after knowing the issues with the performance, we have to address the issue. We have to adjust the network resources, and AI is helping for that as well. So in summary, as I said, Society 5.0 is integration of cyber and physical space. And I also mentioned something about the beyond 5G network systems and AI. And the AI application extends beyond network. Here I have given only the example to the networks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Baid, for making it out to conclude your keynote speech. And finally, connecting AI for the agility in 21st century. So thank you so much. Hereafter, I call upon here on the podium to deliver the keynote speech, Professor Wolfgang George from Germany. So the floor is with you, Professor Wolfgang George.
Okay, namaste everybody.
Namaste everybody.
Oops. So, thank you very much for the organizers to give me the opportunity to speak to you today. And of course, I'm very happy to have so many esteemed colleagues here on the dais and so many esteemed colleagues and friends and experts in the audience as well. I'm sorry for jumping the queue, but I have to speak in half an hour at another conference in Africa online, so that's why I'm jumping the queue. Sorry for that. So my topic is, as you can see, well, you can't. Hopefully you can see in a minute. The slides should be there. Yeah, I can see them, but they can't see them. Yes, now we can. Okay, so my topic is AI and the future of tourism. So this is something you're all more or less familiar with, being tourists yourself, but I will talk a little bit what AI is doing to tourism, and certainly it is a complete change. In the morning, you heard the UK ambassador saying, quoting somebody, there are two kinds of companies, tech companies and companies who have to figure out how to become a tech company. And I think this is where we talk about AI, what we are all facing, and also in tourism as well. So I will briefly introduce where are we now in tourism, because I know that you are not tourism experts, and then look at AI and the future of tourism, and also introduce briefly what is meaningful tourism and how can AI connect to that. So AI obviously is not something which is happening tomorrow, but today. This gentleman is now the #1 charts in country music in USA, but this is AI. This person doesn't exist. But this song, and also the music was made by AI, the person was made by AI, and this is #1 in the charts. Oops, sorry. This lady, Tilly Norwood, is a Hollywood actress starring in Hollywood movies. She doesn't exist. This is an AI-generated person. She has 100,000 followers on Facebook already, and people are relating to her as if she would be a real person, but she's not. And even closer to home, Bollywood has produced the first AI movie about Hanuman, which will come out next year. So, and you can see what is the reaction. Is this the end of writers and directors? Because, of course, AI actors work 24/7. You don't have to pay them. They're not in the labor union. They don't ask for high amounts of money. And you can do with them whatever you want. And talking about whatever you want, there's even this. You have AI-powered robots now as your partners. So, and on the right-hand side, this lady, this robot, Harmony, she's connected to AI. So you can spend some time with her in bed, but you can also talk with her about quantum mechanics and the stock market and whatever you want to do, because she is connected to Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever. So this is today. And this robot costs, made in China, of course, this robot costs something like $3,000. It's not $100,000. And people are already discussing in tourism, if this is your partner, and people are actually starting to marry their robots, can the robot be put in the luggage of the aircraft if you're flying, or does the robot get a seat in the aircraft? So this is all not tomorrow, this is all today. Okay, so briefly about me. So I'm very happy. I'm living in Nepal now. I choose to spend the rest of my life in Nepal after working mostly. Thank you. And mostly because of you, because of the nice people. And so I spent my life working mostly with China and with tourism. And you can see, maybe we have some UK people here, so I can tell you that I'm a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society with King Charles III as our mentor. So, but that is not important. So, where's tourism now? Tourism is clearly at a crossroad because we see climate change. And one thing I want to quickly to say is, if you go to a conference like this one, we all talk about AI, we don't talk about climate change. If you go to tourism conferences, we all talk about climate change, nobody talks about AI. So we are living in these silos, and hopefully we can break up the silos and talk about both. So climate change, of course AI, our topic today, but also we can see customer demand is changing. People don't want to do sightseeing tours anymore. They don't want to take a photo of you, they want to talk to you. They want to learn about Newari food, Newari architecture, the beautiful dances we saw in the morning. This is what people want to learn about, not just take a photo and run away. So all this is changing tourism, especially after the pandemic, of course. So we see quantity replaced by quality. And we will see the end of tour operators. If you're a tour operator, think about how to become a tech company, because nobody needs you anymore in a few years. Oops, sorry. Somehow, yeah. So what that means is that for destinations which are behind the development, like unfortunately Nepal is, you have a big opportunity to avoid repeating the mistakes other people have been done before you and adopt to the current and future developments. So there's a term called leapfrogging. Like you moved from no telephone to smartphone. You moved from still having no public bus transport system in Kathmandu to InDrive. So this is, and AI is giving you a big chance to do that. So quickly going through where do we come from? So we see it's about 50 years that tourism has been growing enormously, starting with the invention of the Jammu jet. And you can see somehow this machine doesn't like me. Sorry, go back one. Yes. So you can see the enormous growth of international tourism in the last 50 years, from almost nothing to 1.5 billion trips. But you can also see that this, of course, has developed into a lot of debates about over-tourism. And yes. And so people, especially in cities like famously Barcelona, Venice, and so on, they have started to protest against too many tourists, and people have been saying, how do you dare to fly and pollute the air just for your private fun of a holiday? So we see that this cannot go on. We cannot grow forever. So we have to find new ways to do that. And during the pandemic, there were a lot of debates saying we need key performance indicators, KPIs, which are not just saying arrival numbers, how many people are coming, but how much are they spending, how happy are they with what they get, how long are they staying, are they coming back, and so on. And we can see that something which is not only in tourism but also in tourism happening is that we see the move from experience economy, where people come to Nepal to have some experience, to transformation tourism. So transformational experiences which really change you, which makes you a fuller person, to learn more, to meet more interesting people, to reflect on what you are learning. So this is where we are moving on now. We just heard from the colleague in Japan that we are coming to a human-based society, but we're also coming to a society where transformation is what is happening. And we can see this every day, how fast things are moving now and how we all have to adapt and to transform, and tourism is a way to help that. So, just to know where we are in tourism today. So, AI, we had this discussion already, is it a threat or can it be an opportunity? Can it be the solution? And there's a lot of debates on this. You know that Eric Schmidt, one of the founders of Google, he said that in 6 years, AI will take over and probably will decide the best way to save the planet is obviously kill all human beings. Problem solved. So hopefully this will not happen, but this is what people are discussing. So AI is not new. So I was born in 1957. This is the same year then the perceptron was built. And so since 1956, there is a definition, what is the academic field of AI where you do research. So this is almost 70 years old. But of course, at the beginning, there was not the computational power. You didn't have the machines for that. And also, you had the idea that you have to increase knowledge. So the first chess programs were about mimicking human beings playing chess. And the breakthrough was when they stopped mimicking human beings and became thinking like a machine. And today, the computers are much better, the AI is much better than any human chess player. So, so we can see that this is the move from rule-based statistical learning to having algorithms which can innovate And so to go also to general capability, this is where we are now. So, and what I did for today is I asked AI, are you a threat or are you an opportunity? So this is, if you go to Google, now we have AI answers on top of every Google search. So AI is saying, of course, typically AI answer both. It can be one or the other, but of course it is true, and this is something which we have been talking about. If we use it right, this can be the biggest invention since the invention of the wheel to help you transport stuff. If we get it wrong, it can be the nuclear power bomb killing millions of people. So that depends on us. So how is AI connected to the future of tourism? So already what we can see currently is that there is a lot of things where AI is already used. For instance, in pricing. So the Marriott Hotel Group have for all their 6,000 hotels all over the world, they change the prices for each room every second. Every second there's a new price according to what AI is saying. If it's raining in Sydney, you can ask $5 more in Paris. Why, nobody knows, but AI found there is a probability that this is something there. So we can predict how many overbookings will be. So if you know that you have 102 seats in your aircraft, and normally 2 people are not showing up, so you can sell 104 seats because then your aircraft is full. And of course we have virtual assistants, and I will come to this in the last part of the last few minutes of my presentation. I will be fast. So we see that emerging trends are, we see personal assistants, and this is the biggest trend. That's why I said tour operators will get out of the business, so that you will have personal assistant helping you to create your trips and help you also even with the booking. And so that benefits, of course, also for the company, so they have better ideas, like we heard about the all people living in a house. It's the same about you as a customer. We can predict your behavior much better than before, but also for the travelers. Already now, you can book, and you can booking engines speak 100 languages. The booking engines speak Nepali. You don't need to use English for you, and you can do this at 3 o'clock in the morning from your computer. You don't have to go to a travel agency anymore. Okay, oops, sorry. And of course, there are a lot of legal challenges. I think we will hear more about this. I can skip this part, where the question is, okay, because if the house is controlling the heating of my room, maybe I don't want it so cold or so hot, but the machine is overruling me, so that is not something you want to see. But so what we will see is, I will skip this one. So what we will see is that we have not only the technical side, but and this is something which is the important part. Tourism is a people business, so it is also that we have to connecting sustainability and AI. We have to find also to use AI to find more sustainable ways of organizing how we are traveling, and we have to come up with recommendations and bookings which are keeping this in mind. And finally, so this is what already, again, we have already today. Copilot is a website where already you can use, which you can use as a helper. But what will happen is in the future, so that you will have your personal assistant, and your personal assistant will be, well, if it's not a sex robot because your wife doesn't like it, it will look like this. Will be in your smartphone, and your personal assistant will know who you are, what is your situation. We'll know all the Google searches you ever did, all the YouTube videos you ever watched, all the money you paid with online payment ever. So your personal assistant will know you better than you know yourself. And if you give a prompt and say, okay, we want to go 1 week to Sri Lanka, and we want to do something new, surprise us, then AI will know what to offer you. What you say, oh yeah, this is a good idea, I never thought about that. You can do this in Sri Lanka, I didn't know. And then it will not only give you a recommendation like it is today, but it will book it for you. So probably you will have one step in between where you say yes or no, but if you say yes, after 10 minutes you have everything booked. So again, what do you need a tour operator for that anymore? So, and this is something, yeah, we have to finish. And this is something where, try this out. And I don't have time to show the result, but try this out yourself. Use Perplexity, one of the AI apps, so ChatGPT. Don't talk about ChatGPT. You feel you sound old. You sound yesterday. ChatGPT is so 2024. We are living 2025. So Perplexity is a good one. And so put your own name there, and let them only buy what is available about you publicly. Let them come up with some recommendations, and you will see, wow, publicly there's so much is known about you. So I did this for me. I don't have time to show, but it was saying, as he has recently moved to Nepal, he can maybe do this and this and things. All this is there. So, well, I think we will share the presentations later on, so hopefully then you have more time to look at it. So this is what we see, and even it gives you a table saying, okay, there you should go there. What can you do there? Why is it recommended to you? They even give you reasons why they are recommending this. And all this takes 50 seconds to get the answer from this machine. So I will skip the meaningful tourism part. We don't have time for that. But I hope I will come back to global and give a speech on this later on. But just to tell you that meaningful tourism economy is already the vision of PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Association. So this is, you will hear more about this in the future. What I want to tell you is that next Thursday we will do a online lecture, like the one I do in a few minutes for Africa, about meaningful tourism as a tool to develop sustainable tourism in Nepal. So if you have time, it's free. Just go to institutetourism.com and register, and then you will see me again with more time to tell you what is meaningful tourism. So with this, thank you very much. Sorry for the rush. And if you're interested, these are our contact details. We're based in Maranjgunj. I'm living in Hattigoda happily. So please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wolfgang. Actually, it's because of the time rush that we couldn't listen to you. It seems that you have a massive information on this. Thank you so much for connecting AI with the tourism and also how it makes tourism easier for the travelers at last. Thank you so much. We will remain connected with you, Professor Wolfgang, as you are in Nepal. Now on the row, we have the next keynote speaker. He is Professor Padam Simkada from the University of Huddersfield. Floor is with you, Professor Simkada.
Let me try to be on time. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for organizing committee giving this opportunity. I'm not the sort of the people coming from IT or the engineering background. I'm coming more from the health, epidemiology, public health background. Is there anyone in the in the conference come from health, or are you, any of you are health worker, doctor, nurses? Okay, that's fine. I'm alone. I'm not scared being alone here. Okay, so I'm working on the number of the health project related to using the AI on the healthcare research. So we have 3 ongoing projects in Nepal. One is we are trying to develop the framework for ethical use of AI in collaboration with the different ministry. Secondly, we have a collaboration with the Dhulikhel Hospital, and we are trying to use the AI technology to detect the diabetes patient and how to provide the message or the education to those diabetes patients. And also we are working with the Ministry of Health to systematize the health information management system. So today my talk is not on those projects, and we can talk later on. So what I'm hoping to focus is so like tourism and AI, so what about the healthcare and AI? It's one of the emerging area. If you look at the news, either in television or in the media, in UK, America, wherever, it's one of the major news all the time, every day. It says that, okay, you can see that National Health Service in UK, AI test spot the tiny cancer missed by the doctor, BBC says. So same as it's the AI doctor clinic set up in Saudi Arabia where there is no doctor, but they can diagnose the health problem and prescribe the medicine. And those sort of news is everywhere. And as you know, we have in the world, we got nearly 70 million health workers. Quite a lot, looks like quite a large number. But if you look how many health workers we need, for another 4-5 years, there is still 11 million health worker shortage in the world, according to World Health Organization. And can we train those 11 million health workers in 4 years' time? No, there is no way we can train those. And similarly, if you look at the cost of healthcare cost around the world, it's more than $8 trillion. I'm just looking from the global perspective, and which is about the 10% of the global GDP, which is a significant. And many countries are struggling to cope with those, the demand, the health worker demand, and then one of the possible solution of this providing the health care and reducing the cost is adopting the new technology, including AI in healthcare. That's why it's an emerging and important area in healthcare. So today I'm just highlighting the few points where what sort of the AI is being used, or what sort of service can be supported through the AI support. So I was in the global forum and talking about the need of the health worker for the future. And one of the doctors asked to me that, okay, does it replace the doctor? Or do we need to train any more doctors? Can we go to the ChatGPT or any other? There is a sophisticated AI tool where you can provide your information and provide your blood pressure, and then if you know your sugar level and everything, they say that, oh, this is your problem, and go this medicine and buy it. Do you do that? And if you do that, and if something goes wrong, who is responsible? And sometimes many doctors use the AI tool to diagnose the case, and sometimes it goes wrong. Who is responsible? Is the people who develop that, the tool techniques, algorithm, or is the doctor who rely on the AI tools? So there is a lot of debate on these issues. So there is a lot of, if you look on the news coverage as well, there's always, oh, we should adopt this one, and other group of people say that, oh, we cannot, or we shouldn't adopt, or it should be more organized. So, and then the question that I asked, do we need a doctor, or what sort of doctor we need in coming year? That I'll come back that later on. So if you look the use of AI in healthcare, it has been used it helped to diagnose accurately. So it analyzed all the medical image, X-ray, and also the detected disease with high precision. It's a more sort of accurate. It also helped to predict if you provide your height, weight, and a lot of your biomedical marker, it could predict whether you are more likely to get the heart attack, you are more likely to get the other type of problem. It's a very accurate to predict on that one. And also nowadays, there's a lot of the debate, discussion on personalized medication, personalized treatment, and AI tool can help to do that. And similarly, the AI can, sorry. So, and then there's a lot of drugs are being discovered. People spend month and month on the lab to find out whether that's possible. With the help of AI, that can be quicker. A lot of pharmaceuticals company, lot of drugs discovery company are using the AI on the drugs discovery and development. Similarly, it also the help for the various type of the clinical treatment. And also we know that in Nepal the telemedicine is coming up, and also the people are providing the service through the different technique. So this has been very helpful. Similarly, on the healthcare, sorry. So, and also the AI can help to monitor the lot of things remotely, and also it also help to make the decision quickly. And also importantly, the lot of my involvement in AI is the using AI on research. So how the research AI can help for the research. We are currently setting up the longitudinal study in Nepal, looking at the risk factor for non-communicable disease. And we are trying to adapt the different technologies so that it can predict what type of disease you might get in the future with your behavior, with your genetic factor, and with your number of the predictor that can predict your chronic disease in the future. In summary, so the integrating the AI improve the diagnosis, personalize the treatment, and boost your the efficiencies, and advance the research, leading to the better health outcome and more efficient care. That's the basic principle. However, this will not happen, and so there are number of there are number of risks, challenge, and ethical issues, and then so AI is more powerful, but the risks are equally quite significant. So if there is always bias and inequality issues, so a lot of time, especially on public healthcare field, AI is trained on the Western data set. So giving that, okay, if you smoke this many cigarettes, or if you have this unit of alcohol, you might get this sort of the prediction is based on the Western data. And we don't have our own data on those various things. And that could create the bias in terms of the prediction. And also the number of colleagues already discussed about the data privacy and security issues, and also the accountability issues, and also the workforce implication. A lot of clinicians clinician must be trained to work with AI. That's why I asked how many health workers here in this AI-related conference. None. So I think probably I will request to organizer. I think doctor and AI consultant or AI specialist sit together, work together to solve this problem. And so the clinician must be trained. And then the important part is the AI will not replace the clinician, but it will change their role. How they behave, how they work, how to work will definitely make it different. And also there is many countries there's no policy strategy, or there's only a handful of countries have the comprehensive health AI strategy. That's something coming up, and the government also, Nepal government also recently developed the AI strategy on healthcare, what are the limitations, how to work there, and we are trying to develop the framework on that project. So, I mean, it's like a tourism, so there is a future of AI in healthcare is significant. We are moving towards the multimodal AI system that is combining the text data, image, lab result, clinical note, and a lot of other biomedical marker. AI will increasingly support to the personalized medication, from the genetic issues, genetic information to the treatment plan. And AI will also automate the clinical documentation, like the giving the clinician more time with the patient, and also the patient appointment and a number of other activities. So, I mean, I'm sure the next speaker, Professor Rupert, will talk some of the principle of and also some of the use of AI. But briefly in the healthcare sector, so we need there is a number of the pillars that need to account when we use the AI in healthcare. That need the policy and good developing the national strategies for responsible AI. And we also need a capacity building, training to the clinician, policy level, and health worker. On that aspect is vital. We need a data infrastructure, and also that we need to evaluate and see the effectiveness of those interventions. And more importantly, we need a partnership among governments and this private sector. And then we need to work together, both the clinician and the data scientist or the AI scientist, together to improve the healthcare in the world. So and the WHO recently published the outline on how to tackle the AI issues, how to improve, how to maximize the benefit of AI in healthcare. And they focus on the 3 core areas, on the policy area, on the human resource training area, and the implementation of that aspect on the actual practice. And there are basically, there's a 6 core principle for the responsible AI, and that's include, and in healthcare, and some research, some documentation say that's the 8 principles, some say the 10 principle on responsible AI. Basically, the data should be reliable, it should maintain the privacy of the individual, it should be accountable, and also that it shouldn't increase the inequality, it should be the equity issues, and it should be a transparent and fairness. So those are some of the important aspects we need to consider. So finally, it's AI. I mean, the first question is, I think AI will not replace the clinician, but the clinician who use AI may replace those who don't use. So we need to train our health workers who are competent and equally the good on the AI aspect. So we need a doctor, we need more nurses. I don't think that will be replaced, but we need those type of doctors, those type of nurses, those type of healthcare who can handle the AI, new development, new technology, new offer. That would be efficient, that would be more precise treatment. So the real challenge is ensuring the AI is human-centered, ethical, and equitable. So there's a big equitable issue, is a major challenge in the world. If we guide this transformation well, AI can strengthen the health system, democratize the access, and advance the universal health coverage, and then we can progress the health for all. With that note, thank you so much. Thank you for listening, and then happy to take. So just, if you are interested, there is the WHO recently published the guideline on the various aspects covering those issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Padam Simkada, for your very professional speech and also wrapping off your speech on time. Amongst so many things, we have a few takeaways from your keynote speech, obviously. I started with the example of the like AI emerging and how we can integrate that with the help of the projects. For example, you're doing the projects in Nepal as well, in the health sector. And also the significance of AI for the data-driven decision-making and data-driven information that the health sector can use. That's very much essential. You also highlighted the significance of AI to improvise, the diagnosis, the need to diagnose the problems, health problems of the people. And obviously for the developing countries like ours, obviously its significance is itself highlighted. And also, you also talked about the need of a change to change behavior of the clinicians. Otherwise, those clinicians who are backward in AI are going to be backward, obviously replaced. So that's so very insightful keynote speech. Thank you so much. Very practical keynote speech. Now on this, I would like to call upon, I'm again breaking the trend, and so I would like to call upon another keynote speaker. He is Professor Sudan Jha. He has to go somewhere after this, and that's why I give this floor to you, Professor Sudan Jha. 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I came with the preparation for 45 minutes, then it was squeezed down to 15 minutes. I'll complete it within 10 minutes. Respected Puspar sir, Khagendra sir, all the professors on the dais, and organizing committee, Jivak sir, Paneru sir, thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity you have given to me. I think on the dais I'm only the speaker from right now working in Nepal. So I'll talk about the issues that we are having here, the possibilities that we can do here, and I will try to explore them. I will start with 2 letters, AI, artificial intelligence, And I state that the existence of AI can be seen when it is applied to some other field. When you have a domain expertise in some other field, AI is feasible. So AI is, the issue is standalone. So if that is the thing, then we have heard about almost 4 speeches right now. So one was in healthcare, tourism. So AI is everywhere. These are some of the subsets of AI. It's applied through IoT, Li-Fi, cybersecurity, and lots of other subsets. Now, coming to Nepal, why this conference is very important to our young mass, to the researchers, to the people who reside here and who are willing to work over here. If you look at this one, there is a shift. There is a shift in terms of skilled workforce, and the growth is remarkable. It's projected to be 67 growth by 2030. If you look at the ways, it's also remarkable. Though in the figure you can see that it's very, very low, it's exponentially growing. This shows that there are 3 reasons to justify this one. The young graduates, the young workforce working on AI. AI do mean that it's a machine learning, it's IoT, it's data generated from different devices. So if you look at that figure, it's very low out among those 5 or 6 other countries' wages. But if we look at that comparison to last 3 or 4 years, it's remarkably growing up. And there are 3 reasons. Number 1, our workforce has shown marvelous results in terms of throughput and throughput, or what you say, quality of services that they have given. Second is the labor cost. So it's one of the cheapest in the world. And they trust us. The thing is that the trust has been built up. That's why, if you look at the global AI readiness index, we have been climbed up from 124 to 113 in the entire world. So that is one of the achievements that we can see. Now, the question is whether you want to become a tenant or you want to become a builder. A professor from Australia was rightly saying that in the morning there are 2 types of companies. One is the tech company, and the other one is moving steps for the tech company. Now, the problem is connectivity, which is the backbone. 2020, it was 45%. 2025, it has gone up to 82%, and by 2030, we are targeting for 98%. I'm saying this on the basis of my involvement in the National AI Policy Committee, where this is the official data that we have received. Since connectivity is the major issue, so what can be done to explore? See, in the beginning I said that AI, the subsets, there are different subsets of AI. So I will be trying to explore all these possibilities in our context. So after having connectivity, we can, if the connectivity is an issue, then what are the possible solutions to have the connectivity? That is our concern. One can be your reconfigurable intelligent surfaces. I'll just make it, I'm not going to make it technical. The problem out here is Himalayas and mountains, the lots of hilly areas where you are having connectivity issues. That's the baseline. So what actually it does is, it collects the signal, a technological advancement is there. The baseline of this particular diagram is, you can share the data even without the internet. I think that will be the biggest thing that we can do in our geographically disabled places. There are some other technologies like LoRaWAN and all, which can be helpful. Professor More, you will agree with me. And we can apply that in our region. Now, this is RIS. I said it's basically a target for hills and mountains. Dense urban areas with narrow roads. So that is the most significant problem in the metro, Kathmandu metro. Signal shadow zones behind buildings. Expensive telecom infrastructures, towers, fibers, etc. So it helps because it is cheap to install, very, very cheap. Compared to building new towers, it does not require electricity. That is the fundamental advantage. It can bring signal to places where towers cannot be built. And of course, the reflection is very, very... so this is what is the advantage that we can have. We can apply in, especially in Kathmandu Metro, where there is a huge congestion and traffic issues. So it's basically RIS, Reconfigurable Intelligent Surfaces. Benefits for our country is rural connectivity, tourism support, telemedicine, digital education, and many more. So you can apply wherever you want to. So the second one that I would like to mention over here is the Li-Fi. The professor from Australia, he was telling in the morning that Nepal has advanced a lot in terms of Germany. Sorry, I correct myself, from Germany. He said Nepalese have grown up in terms of online payment, despite of connectivity issues. So even the shopkeeper who is selling the vegetables is showing the QR code to you to pay instead of taking the cash. So he has compared with him. In the morning only he has been saying that. So we need to emphasize on connectivity. So if that is the case, then yes, we can. Because from AI, we are moving towards explainable, generative, and there are other different forms of AI, one of which is agentic AI. So if that is true, then this is the drone corridor that has been already implemented, or that is undergoing. There's 12 districts connected over there, and this statistics shows that we are conquering, partly conquering on the sky as well, that too on the top of the mountains. So that is one of the big and beautiful thing coming up in the near future by 2030. So if that is there, then we can continue this to cover the entire or most of the parts of the country. And this is called Drone Highway. There are 12 districts that are connected. 450 kilometers have been covered. 80% is there. But still there are some challenges like fog, unpredictable landslides, floods, the climate change, the weather issues, sudden dramatic changes in the weathers. So they are the issues. The core message is we have a lot of scope in agentic AI. And specifically for Nepal, we have hundreds and hundreds or maybe thousands of use cases that can be analyzed, and a lot of work can be done on those use cases. So our goal is not to use AI, but to build with it in our own terms. So that is the core message of my presentation. Now, there is another one that is called Li-Fi. So it's called using an internet using light. Nothing more than that. It's Ravindra sir has already warned me not to go for deep technical. So, but we have a lot of scope for this in our country again. And why? Because light bulb of mini transmitter a tiny receiver on phone, laptop that catches data from light. That is the fundamental theory. I'll just skip this one. We can have this thing on the other technical sessions. Sir, I'll just wrap it up. Yes. 1 minute, sir. Yeah, within 1 minute. Now, we all understand that artificial intelligence as a whole, whatever you talk about ChatGPT, Perplexity, you talk about lots of other apps, platforms, and environments. The core priority is process a huge amount of data. The more data it processes, it generates heat. The more it generates heat, why it generates heat is it computes, huge amount of data. If it is computing huge amount of data, it requires electricity, high-powered electricity. It generates heat, so we need to cool it down. So in order to cool it down, we need a natural coolant. And everybody of us knows that we have 30% of Himalayan region coolant places in our country. Second is we have high-power electricity stations. If that is true, if these are the true problems of using artificial intelligence, especially in GPU servers or whatever you want to talk about, so if that is true, then Nepal is one of the prominent places to establish data centers, small house data centers, I think. Potential of using AI or, why Nepal is one of the best places to do the AI. Yes. This is the result coming up, see? The exponential growth of data. the voluminous uses of IoT, Internet of Things or IoT devices, which are the subset of, again, AI. So, okay. Now, I'll take 2 minutes, exactly 60 plus 60, 120 seconds. These are some of the things. I'll just twist it. Ethical concern was there in the morning. So one of the ethical concerns is, see what I have observed as an editor-in-chief. You know, I have been working as an editor-in-chief in three journals, except one. I'm editor-in-chief in 2, and academic editor in 1. One thing happened to me. This was used, I don't know which platform was being used, but there was a plagiarism issue in one of the paper. An author submitted a paper, and when we checked it, the AI content and plagiarism was above 40–50%. So when he submitted the revised paper, and the revised paper's content was something, you know, like what actually happened was, I hope you will enjoy this one. The person had written, this is just an example, the person had written a line called, I need a coffee with milk and sugar in a cup from the barista. He applied, he checked, checked this one with the paraphrasing tools, some other paraphrasing tools, maybe 2 or 3 times. And he found that for the coffee, he should use roasted bean infusion, for milk, bovine lacteal serum, and so on. So later on, when he came up with the paper, the actual line that was, I need a coffee with milk and sugar in a cup from the barista, came out to be, I require a roasted bean infusion with bovine lacteal serum and sweetened particulate crystals in an insulin. Now, who the hell in the earth can understand this one? So, these are some, what you say, whether ethical or misuses or whatever you say. So these are the things that has happened. There are some other screenshots that I would like to show over here. So they are, you know, like, you can see over there. I think you might have heard about the news published in the Pakistan Daily newspaper. That is something like this one. So the author is not bothered about even checking the contents generated from the AI. So both ethical, we have so many explorations, we have so many opportunities, especially in the context of Nepal. And lastly, but not the least, the young graduates have been doing well. Especially, we have AI program from Kathmandu University, 3, they have completed 1 cycle. There are few students here. Global is starting to do AI. So we have a very good opportunity to do AI, to create the jobs for AI, to build up the use cases, to analyze them. So I wish everyone best of luck. The organizing committee for organizing this wonderful event, to share some of my thinking in this platform as a keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sudhan. So well-organized keynote session you delivered. Thank you for highlighting that there's a lot of scope, the key message, but how to accommodate the question of ethicality and what is ethical and non-ethical. So it's a matter to debate now, and also the ridiculous things that the AI can do. Things happen, that are very ridiculous. So how to avoid them? Also, a very good message for the young scholars on how to use AI. So nice, well done, Professor Sudhan. Thank you so much. Now on the row next, I beg to call upon Izzy Aoki, Director of Institute of Hyper Network Society, visiting researcher, Tama University, Japan, for your keynote speech.
Namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor to be in Kathmandu at the 7th Global International Conference Thank you to Global College International for giving me this opportunity, particularly the GWAC. Thank you very much. My name is Eiji Aoki, and I am the director of Institute for Hypernetwork Society in Oita, Japan. I have spent more than 20 years working in the field of information society studies, a discipline that looks not only at technology itself, but at how technology transforms our relationships, our communities, and our way of life. Information society studies asks a simple but profound question: how can digital technology support human dignity and social harmony? My work has taken me from rural Japan to Nepal, some African countries, and many other places. Whenever I go, I found the truth. Technology becomes meaningful only when it becomes personal, when it connects people, not separate them. Today, as the only Japanese speaker here, I'd like to share one of the Japan's perspective on AI, not from Tokyo's technology advanced laws, but from the gentle wisdom of our local communities. How can I do?
Oh, you have to, I think. Yeah.
No, not this one. No, not this one. This is
Over there.
yeah, over there.
Okay. Over there. Okay.
Oh, yeah. This remote is very sensitive, so it's, everybody do that. Yeah. In Japan, we have a concept called wa. That is, you can see that the image circle. It means harmony, balanced among people, nature, and society. In rural Japan, when we introduce digital tools, the first question people ask is not, how advanced is this AI? But rather, will this help us live together better? Will this strengthen our relationships? This mindset, the belief that innovation begins with relationships, not machines, is one of Japan's most important contributions to the global conversation on AI. The future of technology will not be built only through algorithm. It will be built through trust, empathy, and shared purpose. Let me share a story from my hometown of Oita. That's one of the prefecture. We created the Oita AI Technology Center in 2019, 6 years ago. NVIDIA is technology sponsor from 2019 at the same time. By the way, NVIDIA established in 1993, about 30 years ago. Same year, our institute established as well. Anyway, this AI center is not as a high-tech research hub, but as community learning space. There are farmers, teachers, elders, and study students sit side by side, learning how to use AI in ways that fit their daily lives. Chatbot that help elderly people communicates. Simple IoT sensors supporting suitable agriculture. Digital tools helping children explore local culture. What we see in gentle digital information, AI introduced not with force, but with respect for the community. This approach protects something precious, the sense of connectedness in small towns. For us, digital transformation is not about replacing people with machines, but empowering people to continue their tradition in new ways. When I worked with communities in Nepal, I felt a deep resonance with Japan's values. It's called in Kabure district, farmers used small IoT devices to measure soil and temperatures, but they don't see the devices as control tools. They saw them as listening tools, tools that help them better understand nature. One farmer told me, technology helps us listen to the land. This sentence carries profound wisdom. It shows that in Nepal, like in Japan, technology is not something separate from life. It is part of the relationship among people, land and community. This harmony is the essence of Asia. It is strength the world needs today. In Ethiopia, one of the countries of Africa, I worked with librarians and students to digitize ancient manuscripts using IIIF digital archiving. During one workshop, a young woman scanned an old book and said, even if the paper fade, our memory stays. Her words remind me, digital technology is not just about efficiency. It is about dignity, identity, and continuity. From Oita to Kathmandu to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, I began to see the same pattern. People everywhere want to technology that respect their history, their culture, and their relationships. Next. Yeah, next. Just before. Just one before. Oh, yeah, that's it. So Japan's approach to AI is shaped by certain humility. We do not see AI as a force dominates society. We see it as partner, a memory, a member of our environment. Three ideas guide our philosophy. First, AI as part of nature. In Japan, even machines are seen as belonging to the natural world. Second, listening first. AI should listen before it acts, understanding human needs before providing solutions. Third, coexistence over competition. AI should support human creativity, not replace it. Small towns become laboratories of harmony, where new technology grow together with tradition. From Japan's coastline to Nepal's mountains, we share a belief in human-centered innovation. As AI and machine learning transform our world, we must ask, can AI strengthen communities? Can AI preserve culture? Can AI deepen empathy across borders? I believe the answer is yes if we design it together. Let us build what I call a human-centered digital Silk Road, concerning local wisdom, empowering rural innovation, and weaving harmony into digital transformation across Asia. AI should not be a wall of complexity, but a bridge of understanding. Before I close, I want to return to one sentence that has guided my journey. Technology becomes powerful when it becomes personal. If we place harmony at the center, if we listen to our community, then AI will not divide, it will until us. From Oita to Kathmandu, from small village to global networks, let us create not only artificial intelligence, but authentic intelligence, technology that connects hearts as well as machine. Thank you very much. Dhanabad.
Thank you, Eiji Aoki, Director from Japan, for highlighting and connecting AI for the humanity and for harmony, not for wars. The Japanese approach, which is like not just the AI hub in the centers, but also learning from the rural communities, farmer, teachers, students, and local people coming together. So AI as nature, treating it as nature. That's the key message. Of course, we really appreciate and commend your speech for the humanity, for spreading humanity across the world. Thank you so much. We have another keynote speaker. Without waiting much here, I now take this honor to call upon Professor Rupa Kharel, the Associate Dean International from the University of Huddersfield. He's a cybersecurity expert. Over to you, sir.
I don't know about being an expert, but thank you for the introduction. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I know you have all been very patient, so probably for 15 more minutes. I know we have got one more speaker. I've been a bit selfish, but 100% attention from everyone, no murmuring, yeah? So please listen to me. Thank you very much. So today I want to take this opportunity here at Global College, Kathmandu, Nepal, to talk some key aspect of AI adoption. We have heard about all the different application of AI. AI transforms the world. It will do this, it will do that. However, we really do not talk about in a holistic manner how we can bring together all other aspects of AI, rather than just talking about the data side of it and training side of it to make things work. I think we have to move away from only thinking about making things work, because we know it will break, and therefore we will not have a sustainable AI solution. So what I'm going to do today is briefly touch upon and focus on safeguarding the use of AI and why maturity matters. So I will specifically focus on a framework provided by OWASP, which helps organization and us and country to assess, guide, and improve the use of AI. So as AI becomes central to modern software and decision making, this framework will provide a structured approach for ensuring responsible, secure, and effective use of AI. Right, so before we look at these adoption strategies, let's quickly look at some of the very, very interesting futuristic innovation that's going to happen. And this is something that I really am following very closely, and how this is going to transform the world that we live in. So I'm really passionate about these autonomous vehicles that's going to change our life. That means I don't have to drive. I can just sleep in my car. The future, in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, that's going to be a reality. For example, Tesla's self-driving car with their enhanced autopilot mode currently. And then their vision is to connect data being fed from 10 millions of their cars on the road, collecting the data, collecting the human behavior, and then learning from it to apply onto a fully autonomous vehicle. So that means we don't have to be driving anymore. It's a self-driving car. Again, more use case, which I'm going to skip. And quickly moving on to another innovation in medicine and healthcare. And we heard from Professor Padam Simkar earlier how it's going to transform how we look into, how we operate, medical people operate in this sector. And this particular example really touched my heart. And this is the news covered in December 2022 in UK, where the gene editing technology was used to save the life of this young girl, Elisa. And I checked just yesterday, and she's 16 now, very fit and well, cancer-free. And again, a beautiful case study of the use of AI and machine learning. And you might be wondering how machine learning and AI is relevant in this context. Now, if human being had to do the calculation, which gene had to be edited? If you look at the diagram, the DNA had to be kind of molecular scissor had to be applied to chop that segment of the gene that was causing the immunology of our body not to fight against the cancer. So the researchers, the doctors, they actually collected huge amount of data and applied through machine learning and AI algorithm, which solved that particular problem within weeks compared to 200 years, for example. And then they precisely were able to take that faulty gene out of the DNA and therefore able to cure. So again, such a wonderful, beautiful use of the technology. Now, this is something that I'm really fascinated about. It's not a sci-fi movie. It's called Electrical Vehicle Takeoff and Landing, and flying cars, amazing. This is, again, in next 10 years, 20 years, it's going to be mainstream. And again, this, again, will be pilotless. Now, from self-driving to self-flying paradigm, when the AI power is fully utilized, we as a human civilization would have come a very, very, very long way, right? Now, a pause of thought. The use of AI, what if something goes wrong? Just looked into 3 different use cases. If something were to go wrong in that flying car scenario, or the self-driving car of Tesla, or that application in medicine, in the healthcare, something catastrophic will happen. Now, Padam sir did talk about who is going to take responsibility. Let's not even think about the responsibility. Lives will be lost, and I think that's critical. So, with the innovation moving at that rapid pace, have we ensured that our system, our AI system, the development methodology that we follow, has that kept into pace? For example, to bring human within the loop. Are we focused on the secure aspect, the reliability aspect? I don't think so. And this is where we need to be very, very careful on talking about AI adoption and use of AI in everything. And this is where the AI maturity model will enable organizations to evaluate their current capabilities. Do we really need AI? Where do we need AI? Do we need AI to solve all the problems? Because that's not possible. And if we were to adopt AI solutions, can we identify risk areas and then adopt best practices across the life cycle? And I think that's very, very important. Okay. So again, other things like privacy by design, this has been discussed a bit today. Security by design principles from the very, very beginning, not an afterthought. Starting from the data collection, the model training, deployment, ongoing monitoring, All these things are very, 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 very important. Now, data collection, for example, is highly sensitive. AI will learn whatever data we feed it. If we say to AI algorithm, if we show 100 apples and then say to AI that these are oranges, AI will take that as a yes, and it will start to then tell us that oranges are apples, or apples are oranges, or then it will create probably a different fruit. So again, that data poisoning, when we work with huge amount of data, we need to be very, very careful. So why the current existing maturity model, for example, that we use for software development doesn't work? Because AI, the model changes with data. It's forever changing. Data keeps on being added onto the system. Data keeps on changing. User behavior might change as well. It doesn't work currently. The opaque decision logic, it often lacks interpretability, and I think that explainable AI that was talked about before, it's really, really important. The data-centric vulnerabilities, dynamic resurfaces, and all these things are not currently considered. So this is where the artificial intelligence maturity assessment AI-MA model becomes very, very important. Now, every organization, whenever they are thinking about adopting AI technology, need to really take this into heart and go through this model and framework. Of course, I've not been able to cover everything today and will not be, but these resources are available, and I'm sure we can have a discussion later on. But there are key 8 domains and pillars that are identified. The first one, responsible AI principles, talks about fairness, transparency, and societal impact. Governance, I think in the morning today, a bit was touched around this. Data management, to focus on the quality, accountability, training of the data, and the practices around that. Privacy. And then, when we actually design, we need to think about the threat around the modeling side of things, the security architecture, and also the requirement. And then we need to actually implement it where the secure build deployment and defect management system are in place. We need to verify that it's actually doing what we intended to do. It's very important. Otherwise, we might be just following AI hallucination, for example. And then we need to continuously, when it goes into the operations, continuously monitor it, respond to the incident if something happens, and then act on it. And that is the complete system life cycle. Now, this is the overall structured approach where it begins with the foundational ethical values that emphasize on the ethical and societal impact. And I think if you look into it, it kind of organizes these 8 pillars into responsible AI, the governance aspect, and then the business functions. And I'm going to just leave that for a bit and then let you absorb. But yeah, I don't have much time, so I need to skip, sorry. So moving on to responsible AI, I think 3 main headlines on here: ethical and societal impact, transparency and explainability, fairness and bias. I'd like to talk about transparency and explainability because when Padam sir was talking about the healthcare case study, it becomes very, very important that whatever decision is made, all the steps, it needs to be the doctor or whoever is using it, they need to be able to explain. For example, we as academics, teacher, when we award a mark to a student, we need to be able to explain why we are giving 60%, for example. It needs to be, the process, it needs to be very objective. We need to be able to explain it. Now, if AI is doing the marking, if it cannot explain why somebody is given 60 and why somebody else is given 80, that is a problem. Bring it to the healthcare. We are diagnosing somebody with cancer and then probably suggesting some treatment. It needs to be explained, right? So that becomes very, very important. And fairness and bias, this has been discussed. It needs to be a fair system. There should be no biasness. The training that the AI has been gone through, the data should be representative to that particular context, for example. There is no way the AI algorithm will work with the data that has been taken, let's say at USA, and then we try to implement it here, it's a see or fail. So we need to be absolutely sure that that fairness and biasness we take care of. Well, I'm going to quickly skip these because we have explained this. No, okay. Now, the data management side. This is the other pillar that I've chosen to talk about today. Three different aspects on this. The data quality and integrity. We need to make sure that the data accuracy that we are using to train the algorithm, they are fit for purpose, because if that is not the case, then of course we are going to either get the false positive, false negative, quite high. So that's again going to be a problem. We need to be absolutely sure that there is no tampering that has gone, because of course if a business is making a decision based on the data that it is training its algorithm, then we need to be absolutely sure that somebody, a competitor, has not poisoned the data to, for the organization to then take something else as a decision that will benefit the competitor. So again, all these things are very, very important. The data governance, establishing clear ownership, for example, these things are very, very important. Securely storing it so that it doesn't get kind of leaked and so on and so forth. So we need to create practices that organizations are proactively managing these data-driven risks, and then complying with the data regulation as well. If you are operating with gigabytes and gigabytes, hundreds and gigabytes of data to train these algorithms, we need to make sure that there is a proper regulation that has been followed. The data quality and integrity aspect, I think I've talked about this. We need to make sure that the data is accurate, complete, consistent, timely. Timely is again very important. If you are making a decision based on 10 years ago data, then context would have changed. So we need to make sure that the data is always relevant. I think that accountability we have touched upon. Sorry to skip the slides like this. I do like to take time to explain things, but Paneru sir did not give an opportunity. But anyway, let's quickly come to privacy. Privacy is very important. For example, something like healthcare, the data that the hospital will hold, the doctor knows it needs to be kept private, right? So there is no way that we can have a system where these data are leaked. So it needs to be used for a clearly defined purpose as well. We cannot just allow AI algorithm to look into our health-related data, for example, to make some other financial decision that will have conflict of interest. So again, that needs to be a clear boundary between why that data is being used for. Privacy by design and default, it cannot be an afterthought. And of course, the user control and transparency must be there. How the data is being used, the individual user, whoever the data is being used, they need to know how the data is going to be used. So yeah, for design, things like threat assessment, security architecture, and security requirement, they are another pillar in the application and adoption of AI, systematically identifying and addressing AI-specific threats, for example, including adversarial manipulation and data poisoning. I mean, once you understand the threat, then we can put things in place to restrict that or to learn from that and do things differently. And then understanding about security requirement for the particular AI system at the design phase, and then informed by threat modeling outcome. It will be like, for example, if we design a network, there must be some network engineers here in the room. We need to understand the threat of that particular of that particular network. We need to do the penetration testing, for example, to understand the vulnerability of the network. Same thing will happen to the AI systems as well. Right, quickly. Oops. Sorry, last slide, please. Thank you. Okay, quickly. This is a quick conclusion, actually. Sorry. Right, okay. We can leave it there. Thanks a lot. The last slide was just about saying, in order to use the AI in a sustainable manner, we need to put proper guardrails in place so that there is no AI solution failure, and then we can use AI risk-free. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you, Professor Rupak Kharel. We'll give you 2-3 minutes at last for the special questions if we have for the keynote speakers to address. So thank you so much. Actually, because of the time rush, sorry, we are also trying to be faster. Actually, to take away a few messages from here, from Professor Rupak Shah's keynote speech. Yes, innovations are enormous. Now it's time to think about AI maturity models. And so you very well highlighted the data management system that we have to have, which we have to do with the maturity. That is the key takeaway, also being ethical, and also the question of transparency that has to be addressed. Thank you so much, Professor Kharel. And obviously, he is with us with the University of Huddersfield, and time and often, as we have also already launched our program with the University of Huddersfield on AI and cyber security and computer system. He will be here to deliver his lectures on those things in the days to come too. Thank you so much. Now it's time. We have only one speaker physically here, and then only the last speaker 10 minutes online. So before the last speaker, I call upon another speaker, the last physical speaker on campus here. He is Professor Abdul Majar from India. Yeah. So if you can wrap up in 10 minutes, it will be so well appreciated. Thank you so much.
Honorable Conference Chair, distinguished academician, respected leaders, and delegates from across the world. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you in this august gathering and address the topic integrating artificial intelligence into managerial decision making, which is a general topic. Let's see. Today, managers are not competing with AI, artificial intelligence, whereas they are equally working with AI. AI is a co-partner. AI is not an enemy to a manager. It helps a manager to complete the work on time, rather competing with those who use better AI. Today, managers are not competing with AI, rather competing with those who use better AI. So being a manager, I see students here sitting at last. So assume yourself as a manager. Am I with you? Last. Assume yourself as a manager. You are a supervisor going to supervise your subordinates. The decision taken by you will have a great impact on your subordinates. So the decision which taken by the manager has very much meaningful impact. So before taking decision, you should think twice and take decision, right? So let's discuss about the leadership styles the manager adopts. Each one has his own style. Basically, there are two famous styles each one adopts while taking decisions. The first one is the autocratic leadership style, where the leader or the manager will not consult anyone, take decision on his own. And the second, the famous leadership style is the democratic leadership style, where the manager or the leader consult their subordinates before taking any decision. Now my question to you is whether the manager should be an autocratic one or a democratic one before taking a decision. Students, can you just answer me? Those who are telling a manager should be an autocratic leader, autocratic manager, kindly raise me your hand. Those who are telling manager should be an autocratic person while taking a decision. Anyone? Just raise your hand. I will not ask you a question anymore. Just raise hand, no problem. No? So you mean that manager should be a democratic person? Oh, okay. So manager should be a to follow democratic leadership style before taking decision. Am I right? That's the response from you. I would rather say like this: is the situation which demands the manager should not be an autocratic one nor a democratic one. It is the situation which demands the manager should be an autocratic or a democratic. There will be some situation where manager should not consult their subordinate, and will be a situation that where the manager should personally consult the subordinate before taking a decision. So manager should follow both an autocratic one as well as a democratic style of leadership. That's the beneficial for a manager, because the decision taken by a manager has a greater impact on the subordinate, especially on performance appraisal, annual performance appraisal, right? So moving to next concept, why AI matters for managers on business decisions. Yesterday night I was searching Google, preparing for my speech. I randomly asked AI itself, directly asked AI, whatever decision you are giving me, is that correct or not? The decision taken by AI. The topic is integrating artificial intelligence in decision making. So I asked directly to AI, but name ChatGPT tool. I asked directly to ChatGPT tool, whatever decision I am suggesting you, like I am asking you, is that the decision is correct or not? The ChatGPT replied, the artificial intelligence replies, no, the answer is not at all correct. The answer is not 100% correct. Even the artificial intelligence is not 100% sure about the decision it has been giving, right? So why AI matters for business decision making? What managers actually want? Faster decisions. Now people are like so busy in the world, right? People are no longer waiting. People are hated to wait in the queue. People want the things to be done in a very fast manner. In those days, like not those days, in this last 2 decades, information, the people say health is wealth. There's a famous proverb, right? Health is wealth. I would rather say health is also wealth. Information is also wealth. Those who have information will consider be as a wealthiest person. To be a healthiest person, you also need information. Without information, how can you be a healthiest person? So the information is available now in a very quick manner. We carry information in our pocket. We carry information in our pocket. Those days, people used to search for information in textbooks, newspapers. People used to go for libraries to roam around for doing doctoral thesis. People used to search articles manually, physically. Now it is all easily available in the online. The time is the only constraint. People don't have time to look into the information. And even if the people has time, their role is shifted. The role is no more to get the information. The role is shifted to whether the information is reliable or not, because a lot of information is available now. The manager role will be the information provided by the AI. Is it reliable to my subordinate, to my business? AI will provide n number of options. Those days, managers will have only 2 options, two plans or options, plan A or plan B. Now, because of intervention of AI, managers have several options, several plans. If plan A fails, plan B. Plan B fails, plan C. Like, managers have several informations and clear insights, reduce risk, and better allocation of resources. So, see this point, better allocation of resources. The Almighty has planned resources in such a way that the resources are spread all across the world. No country can claim that I have this particular type and I have every resources. No country has every resources, A to Z resources. The resources are spread among all the countries. Almighty designed in such a way that resources are spread all across the globe. No resources are owned by a particular single country. If that happens, what will be the situation there? That particular country will be a monopoly one. Whatever the price fixed by the country, will other need to follow it. Almighty design is such a way that the resources are all over spread across the world. Like you want to better the trade even exists that because resources are available not only from you, it is apart from all the one. Resources are available in spread across all the countries. That is why trade exists between the nations, because each one is interdependent. Our next topic. Why? Yeah, competitive edge. The AI, the managers which uses AI will be a competitive one, which has a competitive advantage. Like assume that you have two companies, company A and company B, having the similar business, doing the similar business with the similar prices. Now, what is the competitive advantage here? Here is the company will give some discounts to be a unique one from the competitor, right? And the company finds out the decisions taken by the managers by data-driven decisions. The company used to find the patterns where the consumers are buying the products. AI helps the manager to take better decision quality. It makes the decisions efficient and it saves the time of the managers. And it is a real-time decision making, right? Key areas where AI supports managerial decisions. So I have pointed out the major operations, major areas in business: strategic decision making, logistics, marketing, HRM and FM. In strategic decision making, AI helps you to analyze the market trend, how the market was analyze the market trend, how will the market will be in the future, and what is the competitive intelligence, and what is the long-term business forecasting of your business. In this kind of AI helps the manager to frame to take the decision on his own. Like when you talk about market management, AI helps you to segment the customer based on different demographic profiles and personalized advertising, dynamic pricing and demand forecasting. And HRM, yes. The uses of AI in HRM field and the uses of AI in FM, financial management, which helps the manager to take the decisions consulting with his subordinates. And the manager decides faster, better and smarter with AI support. AI is considered a co-pilot. Will AI replace managers? The final conclusion, will AI replace managers? Sir is telling yes. Will AI replace managers? No. Yeah, sure, sir. AI will not replace managers. The person who knows AI may have the chance of replacing the one who does not know it. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Assistant Professor of Loyola College, India, for highlighting and associating AI for managerial decision making especially. So many things of the management, you actually coined up this session from the management perspective, which is also very much relevant because we're talking about integration of AI and also the machine learning in the management. So you have taken your stream is management, and there you connected AI for faster decision making, like having clear insights, and also the accuracy, of course, data-driven accuracies, and reduce risk with the data-driven accuracies, obviously, and better allocation of the resources. These are a few of the key takeaways from you. Thank you so much for coming to Kathmandu from India, Chennai. Thank you so much. Finally, we have the last speaker, but not the least. She is one of the senior most professors in Malaysia, and she is now joining online, Professor Susila Devi from the Sunway University. I leave the floor with you. I think she's already online. Thank you so much. Now, over to you, Professor Susila Devi.
Thank you, Prof. Panero, for inviting me to Kathmandu to come on virtually. And also, I must thank you because 4 weeks ago I contacted you and said I may not be able to come on virtually because I contracted shingles and I was suffering and I was on painkillers. But you encouraged me to try and come, that I know I could still recover by then. So I've made the attempt to come on virtually. So let me share my slides. Can you see, are the slides visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Please go ahead. Yes, visible.
Okay. Hey, before I start, just a correction. I have retired from Sunway University. I'm now an honorary professor at University Selangor, which is a private university of the state of Selangor, Malaysia. I'm also speaking today. I decided to wear the hat of the president of the Global Association for MSMEs and SDGs Research in Developing Countries, of which Professor Panero and also Professor Himachalam are also founding members. And due to the untimely demise of Professor Tambunan, I was made the president for the early this year. So I'm very conscious about, while we talk about AI, I think it's very important that we focus also on MSMEs and how they can be empowered for a sustainable digital future. And then that's why I chose this topic on AI for inclusive growth. So why this topic is basically, I want to start, I attended the conference held a couple of years ago where Prof. Panero had invited a lot of speakers to talk about technology, and I realized that Nepal has got very much, is very advanced or has a lot of potential, and that feeling has been confirmed today when I listened to the speakers from a couple of speakers, because I thought I would join at about 3 o'clock my time, which is 3 o'clock your time, which is 10 p.m. my time. But then I decided, okay, I'll join earlier. And I was so privileged to listen to all the previous speakers about AI. And I'm very inspired by all those talks that was given. And I want to start with the story from Nepal about this young Nepali student. I'm sure all of you know it, but I only learned about this a couple of weeks ago, where this young Nepali student grew up in Kathmandu, and he founded an AI company called Fuse Machines. And the company in 2025 was first listed in NASDAQ. So I found this is truly inspiring. And it shows that global AI leadership can come from here, from Nepal, and from developing countries everywhere. Fuse Machines is also training thousands of Nepali youth in AI. That means the talent exists, and which was also confirmed with the speakers earlier on. And so the passion also exists and the potential is already here. So if Nepal can create a global AI company, imagine what AI can do for small businesses. This is where my concern is with small businesses, for families, for local communities, and for MSMEs across the country. So hence the focus on this topic today. So AI is transforming, as I said before, globally, and I've spent 40 years working with education, accounting, and sustainability. I see AI as the next major disruptor that can uplift or marginalize MSMEs. And I was a bit, I missed the morning sessions, so I may have missed any discussion about MSMEs, but my apologies. But I think we must be cautious that we do not marginalize MSMEs in this context. AI is not only about technology, it's about people, livelihoods, and economic resilience, especially in developing countries. And I was very happy to hear about the experience of rural Japan and also rural Nepal, and the concern with relationships and connectivity. And I think these are all very important points that speaks to why my focus should be on, for talk today is about MSMEs. So as I also gathered from the speakers earlier on, Nepal is at a crossroad. AI can become a powerful equalizer if adoption is inclusive. And why it matters now, actually, as we have heard from all the speakers, there's a rapid rise in AI tools, accessible even to small firms. There are growing examples in Nepal. We saw the example in tourism, the example in agriculture. Youths are being trained in AI. The question is whether AI will shape MSMEs, but how is not, the question is not whether AI will shape MSMEs, but how we will ensure every MSME benefits equitably. So I guess speaking as the president of the Association for MSMEs, I think it's time to focus on these issues. So the key observation, as I said, is that it's not a technological shift, it's a development imperative. So just move to, so I'll just move to the next, because I don't want to repeat what the speakers have said earlier, but I just want to bring your focus down to MSMEs. So why AI can enable inclusive growth? There are three aspects that we can talk about: efficiency, market access. AI helps small businesses reach customers beyond Nepal. And there are a lot of examples in the internet about how Nepali companies, SMEs, MSMEs have been able to reach buyers in Japan and Europe. AI helps break language barriers, and this was also discussed earlier by the speakers. So sustainability and resilience is the next point, and energy use. Many businesses still rely on manual work. Digital skills are uneven. Many AI tools are in English, as I think the earlier speaker alluded to, now being more options in Nepali language. So, and that becomes a barrier, but that there is a real story also from Pokhara. A business owner wanted to use AI for customer messages, but there was no good Nepali language option, so she stopped using it, but I'm not sure if this is still accurate. This is very common and it deserves attention. And we had this discussion about cybersecurity as well. Awareness is low, and especially because digital payment systems are expanding quickly. So to move forward, AI tools must speak local languages. I think this was also alluded to by the earlier speakers. And they must be safe, and they must be simple enough for MSMEs to use. So, so AI can transform MSMEs from local survivors to global competitors. So, so there are barriers as well to MSMEs. And the reality on the ground is that there's the high cost of digital tools and AI services, limited digital skills, low access to finance, fragmented ecosystems, and cybersecurity risks and lack of So without deliberate policy and capacity building, AI may widen rather than close developmental gaps. So there's a suggestion for a roadmap for sustainable digital future, a 5-pillar approach. First, digital capacity building, training, micro-credentials, local AI literacy. Pillar 2, affordable and accessible technology, subsidized tools, shared platforms, cloud credits. And Pillar 3, finance for digitalization, innovation, grants, green financing, MSMEs, digital loans. Responsible and trustworthy AI, this was alluded to earlier, and this is all capacity building aspects that also need to be built in. Multi-stakeholder partnerships, governments, universities, industry bodies, AI providers, MSME associations. Probably this is where Global Association for MSMEs should play a big role as well. And so inclusive AI is not about technology alone, it's about empowering people. And I want to recognize the earlier speaker from Japan who mentioned technology needs to be personal. And that's, so as a closing, as we look ahead, the question is not whether Nepal can adopt AI, but whether we can ensure every MSME benefits. Let me end with the final story about this tracking agency which uses AI chatbot. I think this was also alluded to by the earlier speaker. So what I want to say is this is the future we want. AI enabling livelihood, strengthening resilience, expanding market access, and empowering MSMEs across Nepal and all developing countries. And as I speak to you, I am in rural New Zealand, and I was worried that the session might run over because I might lose connectivity. Because my daughter stays in the mountain in rural New Zealand, and they live on a circular economy. That means they rely on the solar power. They don't have electricity. They convert the solar power, and to be economical, they use they close the electricity at a certain time. So I had to ask them to extend it for until 11 p.m. today. So I'm glad the session finished in time, and I hope you enjoyed my talk. And I do have the PowerPoints, and I have a list of some successful use cases in Nepal, which will be helpful. And I think, as the earlier speakers alluded to, we need more use cases of successful MSMEs using AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Susila Devi, for winding up your very insightful, also data-driven, data-based keynote speech. So you have connected the AI used for the MSMEs as your topic is integration of management with AI and ML, but that you have taken up from the MSMEs perspective. And obviously MSMEs are very important in the Nepalese context as well, because they also make a huge contribution to the economy, Nepal's economy. And obviously we need the AI now to boost them up, to foster them, and to connect our young entrepreneurs, our startup holders with the international markets, obviously with the AI. That's what you have connected, and AI for the humanities finally. And also your 5-pillar approach, that's very important, that's very much a way guiding to us. Thank you so much, Professor Susila Devi. So
thank you.
This is now time to say thank you to our keynote speakers, also distribute the certificate, and one keynote speaker to distribute the token of love, because he didn't receive that token of love in the inaugural ceremony. The other keynote speakers were also seated as a guest of honors and received the token of love. So this is the time. May I call upon the conference chair, Professor Pushpa Bhattacharya, to come on the stage and also please distribute the certificate to the keynote speakers together with the token of love. So first I call upon Professor Abdul Mazahar, please be on the stage here on the front to receive the token of love. from Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, the conference. Thank you so much. Abdul Mazhar, thank you so much for coming to Nepal. Thank you for your jail, and your keynote speech was so nice. Well taken. Thank you so much. And now I call upon the Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, sir. I again need you on the stage to distribute the certificates to keynote speakers. Yeah. So on the row, may I call upon Professor Lee Fleming to receive the certificate from conference chair. And on the line, Professor Padam Simkada. Likewise, I take this honor to call upon Professor Rupa Karel to collect your certificate from the conference chair. With the same delight, I now call upon Professor Wolfgang George Arif, who has decided to live in Nepal. Please give a big hand, another big hand for him, for his selection to live in Nepal. That's really a matter of pride for us and the young people. Listen to you all. Thank you so much, Professor Wolfgang, who will be together here in Nepal and time and often, obviously, having this chance to interact with you. And likewise, I request Mr. Easy Aoki to come on the stage and receive the certificate from Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, the conference chair. With this, I think we have done up with our keynote session, and now the keynote session is over. Anybody else? Professor Sudan Jha already left, so thank you so much, Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, the conference chair. After this, after 5 to 10 minutes bio break, you will have the parallel sessions to start in different breakout rooms down. So with this, we conclude the keynote session. And thank you so much, all the keynote speakers, for your huge contribution, for your intellectual contribution. And we will see you around in 2 days to come through the conference. So I request the executives to come on the stage. Also, Professor John, please come on the stage for the group photograph. Our CA, he is the CFO, CA R.D. Pandey. Please come on the stage to take the photo. And Executive Vice Principal of the A-Levels, Suraj Baral. And also, I can see Narendra Ji, please come on the stage. And also, Rishabh Sir and Professor Dundi Sir. Rajendra Oja, he is the reviewer of the conference scientific committee. Roshan Thapa Sir, Sanjeev Gimire Sir, and Ravindra Oja, somewhere there. I was seeing him somewhere there. Yeah, please come on the stage for a group photo, and not the least, conference coordinator. Please come on the stage. Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya, once again, please, may I request you to come on the stage to take this group photo. And if anybody left on the executive level, our staff, any staff teaching and non-teaching, please be on the stage. Feel free. I can say Prakriti ma'am and then Nirja ma'am. You can also come on the stage and take for the group photo. So this is the opportunity to represent, the Global International Conference. Yeah, from actually 3:15, the parallel session was supposed 3:30, right? 3:30 was supposed to start. I think it's now time. So please make your bio break very short and go for the parallel sessions after this. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
So everyone, quick attention. Now we are going to have our paper presentation, parallel session just after 6 minutes. We are going to start from the 3:50 p.m. So please see the schedule and move as per the provided rooms. So this is for conference hall where we are going to have the 10 presenter. And in the 8th floor, we do have the room A, B, C, D. And all the BBA internship report we do have in the 7th floor, right? So please go in the room and prepare your presentation. Thank you so much. And this room is allocated for the honor mentioned presenter, Mr. Kishore Gautam, Mr. Anish Jha, Mr. Narayan Prasad Nirola, Miss Ranjana Kumari Danwar, and Lakshman Pokhrel, Roshan Thapa, and Hari Prasad Arya. Okay.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello. So I have to make it short, right? Good afternoon and namaste. My name is Rishabh Dev Khanal, Associate Program Director, Cambridge International A-Levels Program, Global College International. Today's 7th International Conference, we have gone through lots of topics and heard keynote speakers, and now we are here with a parallel session. And I would like to welcome Professor Wolfgang Jers, ERT, PhD, Founder and Executive Director, Meaningful Tourism Center, CEO, Kotri, Germany. Welcome, sir. And along with this, we have some presenters, researchers. Without taking much time, I would like to invite Mr. Roshan Thapa, along with Pratima Adhikari, with the topic, Impact of AI on Organizational Performance, the role of employee inclusion, engagement, and job stress. Before that, I would like to highlight some points. That is, there are ground rules. That is, you have 10 minutes time for presentation and 20 to 25 minutes for question answer session. Now I'd like to invite Roshan sir on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, respected professor, dear presenter. I'm Roshan Thapa. Currently, I'm program coordinator of BBA at Global College International. However, I am a PhD scholar, and this is a small part of my PhD, ongoing PhD as well. So, starting with this presentation, my topic is the impact of AI on organizational performance, the roles of inclusion, employees engagement, and job stress to organizational performance. Here, I like to know about how AI has been able to put the effect and impact on the organization. About that means how AI has the role in EHR in our organization. So while talking about the general introduction, artificial intelligence, as we all know, it's generally we call it as an AI, and these days we are using this AI for the improvement of the organization in terms of their efficiency and effectiveness. Likewise, it has also helped to meet the competitiveness in the organization. Likewise, successfully AI implemented depends not only on technology but also on employees factors like
employee inclusion, employee engagement, and the level of job stress that they used to face in the organization. And employee engagement in AI initiatives enhances trust, adaptability, and acceptance, as these days we are using AI in the decision making also. That's why it has been also a part of the trustworthiness for among the Nepalese people, because the sample is among the Nepalese banking sectors. And the job stress associated with technological change may influence how AI impacts performance, and understanding these relationships are the main concern about my research. Now, here there are few questions about this, about my research. However, the major impact is to identify how does AI adoption has influenced on employee inclusion and engagement. Likewise, what is the direct impact of AI on the organizational performance, and does employee inclusion mediate the relationship between AI and performance? Likewise, does employee engagement mediate the relationship between AI and performance? And does job stress have directly moderation between the organizational performance and AI? And likewise, does job stress moderate the relationship or not? For this, we have I have an objective like to examine the impact of AI on employee inclusion and engagement, to assess the direct effect of AI on organizational performance, to analyze the mediating role of employee inclusion, to measure the mediating role of employee engagement, to evaluate the direct effect of job stress on performance, and to investigate whether job stress moderates the AI performance relationship. For this, my methodology has a certain contents like research design, where we have used quantitative approach and explanatory research design with the structural equation modeling, because here I'm using mediation and moderation both. And for this, I am using the PLS method in R with seminar package. The population is target population is employees working in AI integrated organization, and sample size is 400 respondents. Sampling technique is convenience sampling bank. It's a bank, however there's a spell error. Branches of Nepalese Commercial Bank, and data collection is about structured questionnaires and validate Likert skills already available in the theory. And analysis tool is our seminar package. Measurement model like factor loadings, reliability, STMT AVs has been used to measure this confirmatory factor analysis of my research, and the structure model is about direct effects, indirect mediation effects, and moderation effects. Now, moving towards the theoretical foundations, this topic or the theme is based on the socio-technological or socio-technical theory, where sociology is more about the humans, people, employees, groups, teams, and technology is all about machinery things. Because since there is an AI and there is an HR, this theory is validated, because we are going to link up how humans are going to link up with the technology to enhance their HR performance. Likewise, another is job demand resource, JDR theory. It means that in job demands is all about the work stress, is all about the anxiety and the conflicts and so on, which created the stress level in the organization. And for that resources, the employees need is all about the flexibility, automation in the organization. So these theories are highly validated in this research approach. So there is also, since it's a technological, AI as a strategic resource improving efficiency and decision making, it is also a part in the theory, and inclusion and engagement is a major variable. So how employees are involved in the decision making as the inclusive part is also included in the theoretical part, and the employee engagement, how they are engaged in the organization. While going for the confirmatory factor analysis, STMT heterorated, monorated test, all the variables are under this established threshold. That's why there is no issue of no issues of discriminant validity. and followed by FL, Fornal-Larker criteria. While measuring the Fornal-Larker criteria, it has also with the threshold. That's why it also valid. There is no discrimination, discriminating validity issues. And while going about the factor loadings, all the loadings that has been, all the loadings of items that has been used in this research are greater than 70%, which is acceptable, and they are, it means there is a strong convergence across all constructs also. Likewise, while measuring reliability test, all the conduct offers of all variables are greater than 0.7, and if going for the CR also, it is greater than 8. For the threshold, it is just 0.7. And AVE threshold is 0.5, and it is greater than 0.5. It means that all the the factors of confirmatory factor analysis are met in this research. Now, while going for this path analysis, normally when we think about the path, here some twisting that I have felt while doing my own research. And yes, I'll discuss on the topic. While going for this theory, there is all the relationships are positive, except the engagement toward the organizational performance is not significant in my research. The major discussion need to be done from my side in this research is that normally when we think about when their employee will engage, obviously the organization will perform. Obviously, there is a basic things that comes on our mind. But when about the implementation of AI started, then the employee used to think that rather than engagement, or the things is that at the time of engagement, they are thinking about, whether I have been undervalued by my organization or not. They are thinking some kind of deprived. That could be the one reason why there could be why it's being an insignificant these days in this organization, and there could be it's concentrated in some specific organization, and this result is focused only toward my sample area. In fact, okay. And while moving to this mediation research, yes, inclusion and engagement both mediates in the organization. However, the engagement inclusion has a high partial engagement mediating roles from the AI toward the organizational performance, whereas engagement has a very less, or it's almost there is a weak, or sometimes we can say there is a no negligible mediation between AI toward the organizational performance. This is the results, and this is the chart that this is the model overall where I have done about the job stress. Even job stress, after using an AI, employees are not, this model shows that after using an AI, people are not having a job stress, in fact, because that would be the one reason, because if they are facing any problem, they are getting an answer through the AI at the time of decision making. That means they might not be getting any job stress. That's why they do not have that specific negative role in toward the organizational performance. These are the hypotheses. However, I have mentioned it in the slides, but I have explained it at my presentation earlier. So in the yes, these are the things that I have explained about what are the things that has a significant roles and what are the insignificant roles in the OP. And toward the, as I said in the earlier, that inclusion has a more mediating power than the engagement. Likewise, job stress, as I said, stress, however, there is an stress toward the employee, but still, with the help of an AI, they are not highly getting an stress as they are using AI at the time of working. Whenever they get any confusion, even they are using AI for this, for the solution of the problem. So this is the reason, and the overall findings is that, as I said, AI is a powerful driver of performance both directly and through inclusion. Inclusion is the key human factor that enhances AI success. Engagement alone is not enough to influence performance, and the stress neither reduces performance nor interacts with AI's effects, as I said, because people are using AI. Initially, when they have to take a lot of decisions, they might be lagging on their knowledge. That's why they may have got stress on the job. But with the help of AI these days, they are getting a lots of solutions with a variety of AI. And even with the help, they can improve their performance. So, as I said in the theoretical background, this will help in the further implementation of the theory of socio-technology theory, where it reinforces the socio-technological system theory. Technology and human factors must work together. Likewise, in the JDR, supports the JDR model, showing that inclusion acts as a resource that enhances outcomes when under potential stress. At the conclusion, AI significantly enhances performance directly by inclusion. Engagement plays limited role, whereas inclusion has a high role, and job stress does not alter effects of AI, and practical implication is organizations should strengthen inclusion practices. With this, I have completed my presentation, and I'd like to thank you for listening my presentation.
Any questions from the audience?
Sir? Yeah, okay, sir, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure, sir, sure.
Thank you.
With it. No, sir, they actually, with the time constraint, they will talk with me after the session.
So it's easier for everybody to hear. So, first of all, let me say a very good topic, very timely topic. I mean, today all the discussions have shown that this is what we're all thinking about and talking about around the world. And also happy to see that you are looking at people, not only at technology, but how is technology influencing people, how are people influencing technology. And also, well, obviously your methodology looks very clean, very professionally done, so I have no doubt that the data you have been created are valid and useful. So I have one main question. At which is the time and the stage of development of AI when you were doing your questionnaires and that. So the last keynote speaker, our colleague from India, was saying, oh, we still need managers. I don't agree with that. And let me give you one example from the hospitality industry. So in 2023, AI was used for yield management, for setting the pricing for hotel rooms at a specific time. That was used to assist human beings in setting the prices. By 2025, 95% of the people who did this job have been fired because now AI is better than any human being. And so I know, I mentioned briefly in my presentation that some hotel groups, they found that if it is raining in Sydney, you can ask for a higher price in Paris. Nobody really knows why, but there is a 10% higher probability that people are willing to spend $5 more. So, and this is something a human being never can see. And also, the guy in Sydney doesn't know what happens in Paris. So they have one database now for all their hotels around the world. So in 2023, obviously, the managers were happy to have AI. In 2025, they hate it because it kicked them out of their job. So what you are talking about is how AI has been implemented in Nepal in 2025. So do you think that these results you have will be also valid in 2 years, or is this valid for now? Because AI is developing so fast, month by month, not year by year. So how do you deal with this question in your paper, in your PhD? I mean, one simple way would say, okay, I talk about AI as implemented in Nepal in 2025, and this is a limitation to my results, and in the future we have to make further research. That would be the simple way out. But do we have a more clever way to solve this problem? Because, I mean, it is always a problem. If you write about something which is happening now, so you don't write about 1925, then of course you're always the victim of current developments. So this is unavoidable. So have you thought about that, and what would be your idea how to mitigate this problem?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question first. Yes, in fact, at this 2025, the AI, the uses of AI in Nepalese we are mostly using it without having a proper awareness toward how to use an AI. Right? For a simple, simply all the people, most of the time, not rather than saying all the people, most of the people in the organization use AI as like a question and answers. They have any queries in their mind, they will put it in an AI and they will get an answer. This way they are using an AI these days. However, we can use an AI for the development of the organizational performance also. Till today, people are using AI for their individual performance only, not for their overall organization. That's why this could be the highly limitation in my research right now. And if we'll think about the very near future, after 5 or 10 years, this may not be validated, because at a time, obviously, organization will think about how they can grow with the AI implementation in Nepal. And second thing is also that we are using AI, most of the AI, as if it's in a free services, because we don't most of the people do not have that capacity to use AI as in a professional basis. That's why they are not that level of aware about the uses of AI. They are using AI right now with a limited scope only. For example, simple example, if I'm using a ChatGPT or Gemini, I might be using a free version. But if I am aware about how I can use a Gemini or ChatGPT, if I'll take it in a professional basis, then I could use it in my individual level, as well as it can directly have an impact on the outcomes and performance of the organization. These might be the reason in the upcoming days, but right now, yes, sir, this might be the limitation in my research upcoming days.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it is an unsolvable problem, because
yes,
you can't look, you don't have a crystal ball to look into the future, and you are asking people of their experience now. But I think, yeah, just probably it's a good idea to put somewhere in your introduction chapter that that this is something we have to look at, because I mean, this is in other parts of the world, maybe there has been some deeper usage of that, and so. A few months ago, I was at a conference, and there was somebody talking about HR, human resource management, and they were showing that if you are doing job interviews for people for a job, that AI is better than human beings, because human beings are biased. You're biased by the look of the person, and maybe if the person is saying, oh, my hobby is horse riding, and your hobby is also horse riding, automatically you think this is a more sympathetic person, so you feel more positive, and you look more friendly at the CV, or something like that. And so they made some testings, and they found that actually AI is better than the human person, because AI is not biased. So they don't have any emotional values, and they don't care if this is a beautiful girl or an ugly old man. So it's the same for AI, which of course then means that if you're working in an HRM, you're scared because this machine will probably take away your job. Or I mean, actually, what is the result is, out of 10 guys, one guy who knows how to use AI will stay and will earn double than before, but the other 9 guys will have to find something else.
Yes.
Starting a strawberry farm in Nepal or something like that. So this is the point where I think it's very important to your paper is very good, but
if possible, try to finish it in the near future, because in 5 years, the data will be old. So that is unavoidable. So therefore, I don't know how far you are in your paper. Obviously, you did all the research already and some of the analysis. So I think rather publish sooner than later, because people will be very interested in the result now, but it has a aging factor which is bigger than maybe you do some historic stuff. But I think it's very good. So congratulations that you're doing this
Yes, thank you, sir.
PhD.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Roshan sir. I think you got very good insight from the professor on your work. I guess this supports you. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Narayan Prasad Nirola, Department of Management, Information, Informatics and Communications School of Management, Kathmandu University, Nepal. The topic is Resume to Algorithm, Opportunities, Risk and Ethical Dilemma in the Talent Acquisition and Management. Sir, now the dice is yours.
Thank you, sir. Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, session moderator, sir. Respected chair, faculties, and in the audience side, paper presenters, everyone present here. First of all, I would like to apologize for my voice, because I'm suffering from little common cold. So bear with my voice. If it is not audible, please let me know. So my topic is Resume to Algorithm, Opportunities, Risks, and Ethical Dilemma in Talent Acquisition. This is part of my PhD work, and I would like to thank at the same time to my supervisor, Professor Dr. Gajendra Sharma in Kathmandu University. So next slide, please. Next slide. Certainly, I will be starting with introduction and the background of my research. And then I'll jump to propose, then certainly a problem, then how I did this one, and then findings in a short, and then conclusion. So starting with the introduction and background, so very many things have been said about AI implementation, and then we believe that there is a paradigm shift because of AI things, right? There's a lot of rumors actually that AI is doing this, AI is doing that, is very helpful. So many things is going on, and certainly we have seen some of the advantages, because it simplifies the hiring process, it is user-friendly softwares, it saves time and cost. And the rationales that managers says that they are using it because they can hunt the talent very quickly in the job market, in the competitive job market. And normally it is a good idea when it is at hand, so it is easy to use, so people use it. So big company like Unilever, IBM, Hilton Hotels, Siemens, Google, Amazon, and some other more company, they use AI. They still have pros and cons, but they say that, their managers say that, it lowers the cost and improve efficiency. That's why they use these AI things, and it also supports decision making. And then it makes easy for human resource planning also. That's why they are using this one. And these are the part of the opportunity that we are hailing of AI. And then what we are looking at into this, so if AI is helping to us, if AI is supporting to us, to our business, then what is the problem? So the problem is it risk-free? Is it dilemma-free? Is it really going smoothly in all business? Is the questions. So that is the problem I found. I always talk to my supervisor, and then we discuss. So if that is the case, let's try to see what we can find from the reviews. So please go to next slide. That's a little bit animation. Yeah, more. Yeah, one more time. And the method, this is in academic format because this is a part of PhD works. So I designed this as a qualitative research, and then I use resume, algorithms, opportunities, risks, and ethics keywords to search 21,100 total articles. Then after, so I screened manually, and then I downloaded 120 articles, and then actually I analyzed only 101 articles total. And then this research has been categorized in 3 thematic areas. One is opportunities of adopting AI, then after risk factors of AI, and then ethical issues in AI. So the first one is divided into 9 sub-themes, and then the second one is 7 different sub-themes. The third one is 4 different sub-themes. And I have just represented some of the findings only. It's coming black, yes. Okay. Again, one more time. Yes, okay. So the first one is I found, there are many, as I said, there are 9 sub-themes, but this one is representative of my first themes. So resume parsing, skills, experiences, educations, these are the keywords that is used by the AI sort of system, and then it is easy to plan, and then to rank, and then to identify top scoring candidates. So this is basically helping in pre-screening time of talent hiring. And before it was time consuming, because the job post advertisements was done, then after waiting 1 or 2 months to collect all the resume, then again processing by human, it did take time. So nowadays it is done very quickly with the help of the AI system, AI powered system. So in the still not going to other side, so can you please move on? Yes, risk. Okay, that's the slide I'm looking for. Okay, thank you. So next one is in the risk side. So we have biasness. Can we be away from biasness? Before AI also, there is a biasness, and then that's why I believe that biasness cannot be removed away from the system, because human itself is biased, as our respiratory chair also was indicating that one before. And then deepfake technology was used to fake the resume and then to apply again. But again, there is some two-way ticket system has been already built in Stanford University to come to a solution. And then the productivity surveillance was already inbuilt to spy, or let's say, that's not the quite right word, I think, to monitor what the employees are doing. So these are the things that, risks, we need to cover. And in ethical dilemma side, actually there are many more, but these two are the representative ones. And explainability and then accountability. So this is the black box system that we are having today. And inside black box system, we do not know how the decision is taken. And then, so because decisions are not seen how it is taken, we cannot explain to the audience or to the system itself, because who is going to be answerable, who is going to be accountable if the agentic AI or AI system is going to create problem, create some kind of issues, okay? Because there is directly, human is related to these things, because AI or the ICT is for the human being. That's why it's directly related to the human being. That's why this has to be addressed very well. So looking into all these 101 articles, what I found is that, so human is in the loop. That must be in the loop. In the absence of the human, an automated system alone can be some kind of problematic, because human is the one, everybody worked for the human, system is work for the human, and then we invented system for the human being. That's why humans should be in the loop. Humans should be somewhere working with the AI system. So AI-human collaboration is going to be good. This is what the scholars believe. And another thing is that I realized, and then I found in many papers, that the system has to be customizable. If the system is customizable, certainly we can reduce these challenges and ethical dilemmas. So thank you very much for your time and attention. This is my PhD work, and this is representative the references. So thank you. If you have any questions, then the floor is open.
Any questions? Audience?
Yes, good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
My question is AI in humanity.
Yes.
Okay. If we see the western part of the world and the eastern part of the world, in western part, they believe in individualistic society, and in eastern part, especially in the South Asian country like Nepal, we totally believe in the collectivism society. Okay. So here the love, emotions matters a lot.
Right.
So AI could be a very good tool in managing human resources in the western part. But in the country like Nepal, where managing the people, we also need to consider love, emotions, empathy, etc. So how do we differentiate? Do we take all the citizens of the world as to be researched in one basket, or we need to consider citizens of western and eastern part in two baskets, and we need to start research? What do you think so?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your question. Actually, this is a very interesting question. So everything is relative to the world, so certainly I'm not going to be ontologically realistic, certainly. To address your question, that we need to segregate to some extent. It depends on the situation. For example, let me bring one example, that in Amazon, what happened was that in 2020, I think, the date I just forgot, Amazon used AI power system to hire new employees, and then given 10 years data. And the AI power system, what it did was that it hired only male, because only male resume was given to the AI system, right? So after that, the ethical dilemma actually strengthened, and scholars started talking very strongly about these things. So Western world, as you said, that individualistic, certainly the parameters would be different in research, and then Eastern world, collectivistic, and then more spiritual. Well, they are also spiritual. I'm not saying they are not spiritual. So we being more spiritual in different way, our spirituality and theirs is different. So certainly we need to be differentiating, and we cannot put everything in one basket while researching into it. So my perspective into is that we need to localize, actually. We need to localize AI. But this is a part of my research, PhD research. So certainly I need to be limited on certain things based on the policy and then guidelines given to me. Thank you, sir. Does that address your question?
What do you think on that?
Thank you. Actually, yes. One day in the future, they will come to a point they must localize it. There is no other way, because coming from, let's say, the launch of ChatGPT, right? Then we knew that, well, there was AI since 1950s, Alan Turing, right? And then it was on the lab, people was people were working on it, and then it was not up to the people public, right? But since the launch of ChatGPT, and then it became, and then so many other companies mushroomed, right? And then now, actually, some of the scholars claim that 90,000 companies are working for AI, because in my another research paper that I have mentioned that one. So these 90,000 companies doing what? Similar things or different things, right? If they are doing similar things, then certainly they are going to crash one day. So they have to come to a certain point where they can localize and they can give individualized, customized solution to the people. That's my belief. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, so yeah, thank you very much. That was also part of what I would have asked as well. So again, thank you very much. Wonderful presentation and a wonderful topic, very important topic as well. So, well, following up on what we just discussed, so obviously AI is making judgments based on what it has been fed with. So what is the input, and if you have garbage in, garbage out. And as you said, there have been the experiences that males were preferred, or in America there were a bias against Hispanics and black people because the data which were fed were partly racist data, which were saying white people are, or simply analysis, how many % of CEOs of companies are white? Oh, most of them. So it looks like they are more qualified. And if this is what the data you put in, then this is what AI will think. We heard this afternoon one of our colleagues saying, if you tell AI apples are oranges, it will say these are oranges. So there's no other way. And so therefore, what I understand, localization, and I think it's a very interesting point, localization will mean what are you feeding AI with, and if you say collectivism, so that the question, so that it seems to me that then you will not have to feed for a given company, you don't have just to feed what skills is the person needs to have, but also what is the corporate style of this company. So are they more harmony driven or efficiency driven, or what is the corporate culture? And so, because the question will be, does this person fit into the corporate culture beyond the skills? That sounds to me expensive. So if you have to customize AI, yeah, the results will be better. But our colleague from Malaysia, speaking from New Zealand, with solar energy, she was saying, well, we should also make AI accessible for small and medium-sized enterprises or even micro-enterprises. So if we say we customized AI, doesn't that not mean that Siemens can do that, but a 10-people company in Nepal cannot?
Thank you, actually. What I mean by localization is this. I'm not generalizing about the technology itself, because technology was developed in the West, and then certainly we have to use programming language in English, okay? I cannot make programming language in my language, in Nepali or Chinese or some other language, right? So my point of localization was in the business side, because we talk about the management and the business. So if AI is for human being, and then there should be some kind of management technique in the AI itself, because we use management to manage the people, to manage the business, to manage the goods before, right? So the way we do business here in Nepal, the way we do, our people do business in different part of the world, or let's say in developed country, then it's different, right? So in that sense, I mean to say localization. For example, so we never believed that we could type in Nepali language, right? We used to do all these what you call it, ASCII key code, right? So now it's possible because it's localized, right? These sort of things I mean to say localizations, right? So social inclusion is there, okay? So maybe social inclusion is not that important because the quota system is not there in USA or in Germany or some other country. But here we have started quota system, right? So based on our culture, based on our needs, that we need to localize, we need to customize. That's what I was pointing to.
So that would mean there are different levels of localization.
Yes, yes,
so you can do a little
yes,
bit, you
yes.
can do very deep, and the more you do, the more expensive it becomes.
Yes, yes.
So the more time-consuming it also becomes. Yeah. So that is. I think if this is one of the results of your work, this is very important because I have not read 21,000 articles,
right?
But I have to say, for the few articles I have been reading, nobody has ever mentioned that. So I see bias has been discussed, of course, but this point that you need to train AI differently for different cultural backgrounds, for different corporate cultures, at least I have not come across this kind of topic. So therefore, which means that you have a good chance that your work will be noticed if you find the right communication channels that people know that it is existing. So I can imagine a lot of people will be very interested in learning about that, because I spent my time working in China and in Europe, so I have a very clear experience how different it is to work in an office in China and work in an office in Germany. So therefore, people will understand easily that this is a problem, but I think until now it has not been looked at, especially not from here. So it has been, as we said, has been looked in United States, inside United States, but to say how can the global South and how can Asia be different? Would that not mean that you need local companies starting to do this work? Or that this is a business opportunity for local companies to start such work?
Thank you. Actually, yes, local company can do that, but the issue of this country at this present is that, brain drain, and the AI engineers, AI developers are not more in this country, like China and India. So we need to have more AI developer, because the traditional type of conventional developer is not enough to work. Because I myself, I teach AI to the management students, and I know what it is to be an AI developer, right, an AI programmer. So we need to produce this manpower first. But the issue at this time is the moment we produce and then they fly away. So this is the paradox that we are facing at this time. Next example I want to bring is that, DeepSeek was developed way less than amount than ChatGPT, right? That is another example of localization, right? So localization can be in a different way, not only in management. So let's see how because it's fast changing all, and we have to wait and see. That's it. We can do.
Yes, I've been told that Global College is actually starting a new program on AI. You're building a new building for that. So congratulations for that you are helping to get more people trained in that field.
Oh, thank you.
And
well, certainly
really
I can be part of their asset if they want, like a training or anything else, because I do teach in Kathmandu University. And when I was educated in the USA, at that time there was not that much like rumors about AI. And then when I entered to Kathmandu University, then they gave me opportunity.
I see.
And then I started teaching programming, Pythons, and all these AI things. Then I realized, okay, because the more you go into, and then certainly you realize that you enlighten, right? So,
yes,
well,
but of course, I mean, this is after being here for 1.5 years, so I understood that what you mentioned, brain drain, this is the biggest challenge the country has.
Yes.
How to keep people here. How to give them a meaningful opportunity to have a career here. That is obviously the biggest problem, yeah. Okay, but so I think very interesting point. So thank you. I learned something from you.
Thank you. Thank you so
very
much.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirva sir. It was quite insightful and learning. And now I would like to invite H.P. Aryal along with G. Sharma from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Kathmandu University, with the topic Transformative Adoption of AI, Blockchain, and Big Data for Secure Digital Payments in Nepal. And I would like to confirm the presenters' presence now. When I come there, please meet me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. And thank you, Global College, for this opportunity of providing this presentation for me. So, I am Hari Prasad Aryal, and I am a student of PhD in Kathmandu University. And my topic is, I think, transformative adoption of AI, blockchain, and big data for secure digital payment in Nepal. And my PhD supervisor is Professor Dr. Gajendra Sharma. Sorry? Okay, this is the outline of this presentation. So this topic is the subset of my PhD research, and my research is especially focused to the Nepalese context. That means localization, what we discussed. So it is totally localized title, but it's the global topic in localized way. So here, digital payment means like in this era, so not only in the Nepal, all over the world. So we have been moving forward to digitization from like paper to paperless, face to faceless, and then physical to logical activities, right? So in Nepal also, we are moving very faster than around the world, like we are in the very fast way for the digital payment ecosystem. So after COVID-19, so thanks for COVID-19 because it gave us to move this opportunity like to facilitate the digital payment. So before COVID-19, we only like held some transaction, that means banking transaction or financial transactions using only the payment cards, right? Cards, and at that time we used some wallet as well. But after this COVID-19, we are using lots of instruments in the payment system. So card, it is moving faster for digitization. And then in Nepal and in the Asia region, South Asia region especially, the QR code, quick response code is very popular. Then other countries, developed countries, right? Even we can compare with the European countries, or we can compare with the American countries, and we can compare with other part of the country, even China, right? But we are very faster in the QR payment. India, Nepal, these two countries are moving very fast. And while we are talking of the faster movement of the digital payment, likely there are lots of chances of fraud, chances of risk, right? So to mitigate or to monitor this kind of fraud and risk, and to secure the digital payment, so my this research is focused, and this research utilizes the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and big data technology, which offer the potential to strengthen security transparency, and resilience. In Nepal, not only in Nepal, like all over the world, like for the this kind of fraud, data breach, and system failure in the digital payment, instead of AI or blockchain or any other techniques, some rule-based techniques are common. So now we are moving from rule-based to ML-based models or AI-based models, right? So to handle those kind of rule-based models or manual models, so we have to move ahead for the reactive or instead of reactive, so moving for the proactive handling mechanism and proactive resistivity mechanism of fraud and risk. And in Nepal, like as of now, we are also using rule-based techniques to monitor and to mitigate the fraud activities, right? But in Nepal, there is no unified framework for leveraging like AI, blockchain, or big data for securing the transaction, for securing the interoperability, and even from the regulatory perspective and compliance perspective, we are just like moving ahead. We have started to move ahead actually. So in Nepal, like electronics transaction, like we can compare with the some data, like in fiscal year, financial year 24 and 25, transaction raised to 98.43 trillion. That means the 71% rise in the previous fiscal year. So, and if we compare for the 5 years data, so starting from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 24-25, so we have growing from 34.42 trillion to 98.43 trillion Nepali rupees, right? So that is very huge movement in the digital payment industry. So in Nepal, as we go with the approach that there are lots of channels or lots of instruments, like card is there, QR is there, mobile banking is there, electronic wallet is there, and for those kind of activities, like even our central bank supported, or there is some regulatory framework to move with some risk-based mechanisms, right? And then accordingly, the fintech innovations and even user are demanding such kind of mitigation factors. So the objective of my research was is to identify key vulnerabilities and system risk and evaluate how AI, blockchain, and big data can mitigate these risks. So this is the unified model actually, and to propose a framework for integrating these technologies within Nepal's regulatory and industrial context. So there are lots of researches we can find to avail like support for this periphery of the research, as my colleague Narayan sir provided that he ran with some 21,000 researches, right? So there are lots of research we can find in the title of like fraud and risk mitigation using AI or big data, but there are very few researches we can find, even in the number of hundreds only, for the AI, blockchain, and big data. So these are some listing. Around I ran with some around 50 researches. And the actual methodology is like this is the methodology. So the first layer is the data acquisition layer. So in that layer, from like various perspective of the channels over the country, so collects the payment data. So these data are very diverse kind of data. So some data are from banking sector, some data are from insurance sector, some data are from like microfinance or SME's data, and some data from other kind of sectors where financial activities are performing. And second is like big data processing layer. So after collecting the data, big data processing layer will process the data to analyze and compute the fraud and risk patterns. And then third is the blockchain layer. So blockchain layer like stores and secures decisions like what is the possibility of the fraud, what is the pattern of this fraud, and what the next movement. So without any tampering, it will like provide the decision. And the last layer is the application layer. So it delivers the result and interact with the user. So here, like big data analytics, we have to use for accuracy. Blockchain ledger, we have to use for transparency. Cryptographic immutability, we have to use for security. Smart contract, we have to use for automation. And layered modular design, that's for scalability. Yes. So here, like in Nepal, there are lots of verticals which are playing with the financial transactions or financial activities, like banking sector, insurance sector, even Rashtra Bank, like Central Bank of Nepal, categorizes the institution like some PSPs, banks, PSUs, insurance, etc., and security, etc., right? So there are heterogeneous data we can receive, and like from utilizing the real-time data, and we have to like detect the anomalies, whatever there in the data, and we have to provide the flag means for the suspicious behavior if there is anything, right? So and then like there might be some manual intervention or human error or like compliance issues, right? So these all are categorized and like mitigated from the like blockchain technology, and within blockchain technology like smart contracts, and then using the big data and artificial intelligence. Yeah, actually for the data collection, so as of now, I have collected data from different sectors, and these data are semi-structured data, and the data is categorized like some of the CIB data, so Credit Information Bureau. So in the context of Nepal, so people like borrowing some amount from bank or insurance or from EPF or CIT, etc., right? And then some taking money from insurance, right? So this mechanism is not available as of now. So only CIB is maintaining the record for like commercial banks only. So only the banking records for the credit information is there, but not other sector has been identified or has been collected or accumulated. So that part we have to take care. So for this reason, I have collected the CIB data as well. And then banking transaction, insurance data, CIT, EPF data, and microfinance cooperative data has been collected. So as per the those data, so I have used 3 models in the era like vertical of AI. So logistic regression, random forest, and gradient boosting. So from those data, so 80% data was used for training data, and 20% data was used for testing data. And I have used the evaluation matrix, like we can say that accuracy, precision, recall, F1 and AUC. So from this like table, we can find that gradient boosting, this model achieved the highest accuracy, that means 92%, and its AUC is 0.9. And then random forest, that is the balanced precision and recall, we can find it. And for logistic regression, it serves as baseline model. So gradient boosting is the best model in the AI for this. Yeah, this is the graph of the models. Here, like big data and AI technology, these are only performed in the like TEAL AI model. And I have another task to utilize the blockchain, to integrate the blockchain technology with this model result. Because if some model is generating the result, then there is the chance of updating, or there is a chance of like mutability. So we have to provide the immutable pattern and transparent pattern, right? So for this, like I have to use the blockchain and crypto, cryptocurrency, topics or techniques may be used in that blockchain vertical. After having said that, integrating all the three like emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, and big data technology, like in the developing countries like Nepal, so where very diverse data we can find. So this model is required, and like we have to provide the opportunity for the banks and for the financial institutions to support the digital payment transactions, utilizing similar kind of models. Even that model also will be okay to them, right? And then even they can provide the secure digital payment for public in Nepal. So these are some references. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Any questions?
No questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I do not pretend to be an expert in this field, so I'm very interested to learn that there's a boosting way of thing. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure you know. So I come from Germany, where we still love cash, and where you still can pay. We're the only country in Europe we can still pay cash without a limit. Yeah. So some people have been calling us the capital or the paradise of money laundering, because you can buy a house and you can pay 400,000 euros in cash. Nobody asking you where the money is coming from. So the Russian mafia loves Germany, and the Iranian drug dealers. So obviously, yes. So I know China, where now you don't even have mobile payment anymore. You have face recognition now. Yeah. So you pay with your face. That is the other extreme, probably. So it's a very interesting point. Two questions. One question is a technical question. In your slide methodology, you were talking about what can the blockchain do, what can this do. I would have expected that the three models you have been using, that this is what you talk about in methodology. Because normally in a methodology you're talking about, are you using a, I don't know, post-positivistic approach or whatever. So that is something I was surprised. Why you're under this headline you're not talking about which methods have you been using. And also it was not so clear for me, the data you were using, so how did you acquire them? So because, well, if this is financial data, well, there are limitations. So that is something maybe maybe it's just in the presentation that you didn't talk about it, but in the paper you certainly have to be more clear about that and more detailed about that. The second question is, your conclusion seems obvious. Yes, if you put in more modern technology, you will have better security and better service and so on. That is not very surprising. What about if you would use other technology, crypto? So, for instance, would that also have a positive result? So my question is, in your research, you are looking already at AI and blockchain and digital data, so which is already a lot, not just one. But do you also discuss what if we would use something else? So would, for instance, having a digital rupee stop having any paper money and have only, and this is what in China now is discussed, that you have a digital yuan and you don't have paper money anymore. Full stop. There isn't no paper money anymore. Would that have a similar positive effect or an even better positive effect? So what I understood, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, what I understood is you said, we put better technology in and we get a better result. Yes, I believe you, but well, that is not very surprising. But that does not answer the question for me. Maybe there is an even better way if you use some other thing. So do you discuss this in your paper as well?
Yes, thank you so much. So like for the first question, like regarding the data, so my topic is totally centric on the financial data, right? So it is not like provide the data to public from the government perspective, right? So due to this reason, whatever the data available from the bank and insurance companies or from the other sectors, whatever I approached, so I have been using the test data. So live data or real customer data, real data, it is not possible because there is some barrier, right? So without using such kind of data, research is not possible. So I have utilized the test data. So like they are having the test data. That means user acceptance testing. So before moving into production or before going to the live, so they are having some test data. So I have utilized those kind of data. That is first question's answer. And second is like cryptocurrency is more interesting, but in Nepal, cryptocurrency is not legalized. So due to this barrier, I have been using the blockchain technology and not touching with the crypto side, right? But the some positive parts of the crypto has been taken care, like some hashing or some security perspectives, right? And then even crypto is also developed from the blockchain technology, right? So the positive aspects of the crypto has been taken care here, but due to the national restriction and like if I develop some model in crypto, then it is not possible in Nepal. So as I totally focused on the localized data and localized pattern and localized solution for using the localized research. So that is I thought, and I thought that may not be the possible. So due to this reason, I chose this way.
Okay, and yeah, this test data now,
Yeah.
so you can see the level of my ignorance that I don't know that these data are existing.
Yes.
So yeah, okay, that is, I mean, if you would find out crypto is much better, maybe you could convince the next government to change the regulation. So, but of course, no, that is certainly something where, and maybe I can comment on this, that this is an area where obviously Nepal is more advanced than Germany, as you have been politely hinting at. So that is something really where you are developing very fast, and maybe there is also, because there are less restrictions of people saying, oh, we want to keep our old way. So that is certainly an area where Nepal can shine and even show other countries in the world how things are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel sir. Now I would like to invite here for the presentation Mr. Kishore Kumar Gautam, PhD scholar, Trivandrum University, and Executive Vice Principal, Global College International, with the topic Digital Entrepreneurship and Innovation in Nepalese SMEs. I request all the presenters to be here. We'll have to have certificate distribution and photographs together as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arisab sir. Respected professor, all paper presenter, good evening. So today I am going to present my progressive project titled on digital entrepreneurship and innovation in Nepalese small and medium-sized enterprises. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So all presenters try to focus on AI-related work. And here in this presentation, I am going to integrate a digital transformation model in our traditional entrepreneurship and innovation philosophy. So I have taken digital terminology and integrate with entrepreneurship and develop digital entrepreneurship. Similarly, digital terminology added with innovation and develop digital innovation terminology in a context of small and medium-sized enterprises in Nepal. So small and medium-sized enterprises are chosen for more than 90% employment are generating through SMEs in Nepal. And similarly, small and medium-sized enterprises are facing different challenges also, though they are directly contributing to innovation work. So this research is completely based on small and enterprises of Nepal, focusing on 3 different ecology, mountain, hill, and Tarai region. Your laptop laptop.
Your laptop?
No, you maybe listening.
Laptop, can you manage?
Your slide. मलाई ल्यापटप ल्याइदिनु न मैले यो देखिरहेको छैन त्यो चस्माले
Well, if you only show the slides and not the speaker, then the slides are bigger on the screen.
From here, I am not able to see my
Yeah. Take your time.
presentation.
Take your time. Don't worry.
That's why.
Don't worry. Take your time. That's better that we see the slides fully.
So, in Nepal, small and medium-sized enterprises are generating around 90% employment, and under this industry, a tax-related misuse we can see. So, my focus is digital adaptation on SMEs due to infrastructure gap here in Nepal. Similarly, limited absorptive capacity of digital transformation and fragmented digital ecosystem of Nepal. So based on this gap, we have opportunity to develop entrepreneurship orientation, digital orientation, and digital resources type variable to formulate another new terminology, digital entrepreneurship. So in this research, I am directly focusing on how we can develop formative variable digital entrepreneurship with the use of entrepreneur orientation, digital orientation, and digital resources. And this research is trying to mitigate the gap, how digital transformation mediate the relationship between digital entrepreneurship and innovation performance of small and medium-sized enterprises of Nepal. So key concept of this study is entrepreneurship orientation. Entrepreneurship orientation is directly borrowed from Lumpkin and Des 1986, and based on his literature, entrepreneurship orientation is defined as innovativeness, proactiveness, and risk-taking. Similarly, from digital part, I have borrowed digital orientation variable in my model, and digital orientation defined as digital mindset and strategic commitment. Similarly, without digital resources, we cannot develop innovation. That's why digital resources we have integrated, and under digital resources, digital skill, digital assist, and digital platform will observe through this study. And digital entrepreneurship. So digital entrepreneurship refers to capability to sense, create, deliver, scale digital ventures, which is based on dynamic capability theory. And digital transformation, here in my study, digital transformation refers to redesigning the process, how entrepreneurship can generate different innovation through digital transformation process. And environmental dynamism, in our Nepalese context, we have a mountain region, hill region, and Tarai region. So different environment can affect different innovation process of small and medium-sized enterprises. That's why environmental dynamism is our moderating variable in this study. So problem statement of my study is small and medium-sized enterprises are struggling with resources. Resources means digital resources. So in Nepalese context, we have discussed a digital transformation is rapidly growing, and on the other side, small and medium-sized enterprises are struggling with digital resources. So in this context, without adopting digital transformation, small and medium-sized enterprises cannot sustain in a long run. They cannot develop different product, process, and service-related process. So based on this problem, to mitigate this problem in this research, entrepreneurship orientation and digital orientation, two different aspects of management and information technology, we are going to integrate and formulate another variable of management, which is digital entrepreneurship, very emerging terminology in our management literature. So based on EO and DO concept, I am going to formulate another variable through this study, which is digital entrepreneurship. Similarly, in this study, digital transformation can develop entrepreneur innovative performance. So innovation performance will be measured through product performance, similarly service performance, and process performance of small and medium-sized enterprises. So context is environmental dynamism context. So we are going to measure environmental dynamism very keenly related to 3 different regions of Nepal, ecological region. So research gap, we can see EO-DO can formulate digital, with the help of digital resources, another variable, digital entrepreneurship as a formative higher order capabilities. So mechanism, we can see digital entrepreneurship and innovation, which will be partially mediated by digital transformation. So in my study, I have developed research objective as to examine entrepreneurship orientation, digital orientation, and digital resources as a micro foundation of digital entrepreneurship. Similarly, to analyze how digital entrepreneurship drives digital transformation in our context. Similarly, another objective of this study is to investigate how digital transformation is translate an innovative performance via digital innovation capabilities, which will measure after confirming the relationship between digital transformation and innovation performance. Similarly, another objective is to assess the environmental dynamism as a moderator variable between the relationship of digital entrepreneurship and digital transformation. So research question I have developed as, do EO, DO, and DR jointly form digital entrepreneurship as a formative higher order capabilities? Through what mechanism does D drive digital transformation and innovation under different environmental dynamism contexts? So this is my main research question of this study. So this study is completely based on 3 different theory of management. Number 1, resource-based view theory. From the lens of resource-based view theory, I have developed entrepreneurship orientation and digital orientation as a strategical orientation of the company. And with the help of digital resources, we can use resource-based view lens where we can define our resources are very rare, immutable. So another theory I'm going to use in this study is dynamic capabilities theory. Based on this theory, we can convert our resources into capabilities, and based on that capabilities, we can transform our resources into outcomes. So technology, organization, environment used from the lens of different dynamism, environmental dynamism, to maintain the environmental dynamism in this study, this theoretical lens we are trying to use. And based on these 3 different theory, I have developed the conceptual framework. Here we can see independent variable we can define as the entrepreneur orientation, digital orientation, and digital resources. With the help of these 3 different aspects, I am going to develop digital entrepreneurship as a new emerging variable in management. And in the midst of digital entrepreneurship and innovation performance, I have developed digital transformation as a mediating variable, and finally innovation performance as a dependent variable of this conceptual framework. And between digital entrepreneurship and digital transformation, environmental dynamism can play moderating role. So to prove this conceptual framework in our context, so here I have chosen 3 different regions, ecological region, where mountain region reflect as a poor infrastructure and low connectivity in our context. Similarly, in our hill region, we can see, based on different data, moderate ecosystem support. Just Tarai region is very highly connected with internet and trade access. So this background can change the result of my conceptual framework. So based on this concept, I have developed my conceptual framework and methodology. In this study, I am trying to integrate quantitative and qualitative approach. So a mixed approach, sequential mixed approach, I am going to apply it in this study. So in very beginning, so before my pilot study, I tried to interview with 15 to 20 different SMEs owners, and based on their insight, I started to modify different scale which was already proven in another context. So after completing initial interview with 15 to 20 SMEs owners, then I focused on second pilot study, focusing on Bhaktapur district. So based on this pilot study, which was completely based on 100 different respondents, okay? So based on their perception, we try to change construct, we try to change methodology to achieve the outcomes of this project. So initially, I try interview, and then I tried pilot study, and right now we are collecting data from different regions, around 400 data, but we haven't collected yet. So I am going to present my presentation based on 100 data which was collected under pilot study. So here in this slide we can see reliability of the data. So all variables were reliable, all scales were reliable. So we can see all value of the scale more than 0.69 cutoff value of Cronbach alpha. So under process macro, I use STMT test, and all value are less than 0.90 based on statistical criteria. So we can see all values are 0.90 less than, and FL criteria based on statistic FL foreign lacquer criteria. So we can see discriminant validity. And in this way, based on process macro, I have tried to measure the relationship based on 100 respondents' view. So I have found initially some variables are disagreeing, just like digital entrepreneurship and innovation performance are not related, not supported, which is very surprising result. And another one is environmental dynamism is not moderating between digital entrepreneurship and digital transformation. To know why this is happening, which is beyond the result of our previous literature, which was more focused on Korean context, okay? So right now we are trying to do interview with different SMEs owners, why that happened, this result, why we are facing the negative relationship between digital entrepreneurship and innovation performance. So I am collecting different views from different SMEs owners in this stage, and I am not from techno background. That's why from this stage I want to know how we can integrate digital tools such as AI in this model and can strengthen conceptual framework to publish one strong paper in innovation journal. Okay, so I request to my professor to give some feedback related to my conceptual model, whether it is publishable or not, whether it is applicable in our SMEs context or not. So this is my request from this dais to our professor. What is your opinion from the lens of digital aspects, sir? Can you suggest me to refine this model?
Well, maybe finish your presentation.
I have completed, sir. Yes.
Okay, all right, know that. Okay, so, okay.
I'm in a very
Yeah, so
early
again,
stage.
let's start.
So here we have the two
any
different
audience?
prominent professors
Anyone from the audience?
Kathmandu University also. So they can, they are doing their PhD related to AI related area. So we can refine this model because this model is completely based on entrepreneurship and innovation practices. And I am trying to inject digital aspect in our traditional philosophy of management and try to establish the relationship between digital entrepreneurship and digital innovation, sir. So now.
Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful presentation. And then your PhD topic is also interesting because we are trying to integrate management and artificial intelligence, right? Let me start with my curiosity. As you said that you are collecting the views from the small entrepreneurs, right? And you want to integrate those with your result because this is all quantitative. So I was wondering if your qualitative analysis says one thing and then quantitative says another thing, then in that case, would you have a problem? Because if both says the same thing, then there's no problem. This is the result, right? This is the conclusion. But sometimes the qualitative data says one thing and the quantitative says something else. In that case, how do you manage? That's the one question. Okay, maybe we can sit together and discuss. And another thing is that it's like addressing your question. So how to integrate these AI things into your, I think you need to go to these SMEs. When you go there and then you can ask what is their need, right? Because this AI is a tool, right? And then it can do anything you want. This is all programming code, right? There are 5-6 model, type of the model, that those model starts with this rule-based simple reflex and then come to this mathematical model, right? And if you find out that what is their need, if you identify what is their need, then it is going to be very easy for us to come to answer what can be integrated into your things. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Actually, I was going to, the first part I was going to ask exactly the same question you asked. Because, no, very interesting and obviously, wow, you're putting the hurdle to jump over very high for yourself. So I think this is, from all the presentations we had, the one which is most interested to create new theory. So this is what a PhD originally was meant to be, to start not really looking at a real problem, but creating new ways of analyzing, of thinking, new models. So therefore, I pay my respect to you that you are attempting such a rather complicated task. But I have exactly the same question. So I really love your approach, and it makes a lot of sense for me. And your creative way in taking different theoretical approaches which are there and making them into something complete, put them together to have a new total out of different parts. This is a very good and I think deep way to do things. But of course, when I was listening to you, I was coming up with the same question. So, how do you check this? So what data are you using? And of course, I like very much mixed method approaches. I think that is what you need to do for many questions. That there has to be a qualitative part in it. But exactly the question, how do you translate that? And as we heard before, and you also have been mentioning that for many SMEs, and especially SMEs in a less developed countries like Nepal, you are talking about things which are far away from their daily experience. So I wonder how useful are the answers they can give you if they have never used AI, and if I think SMEs in Nepal, shops on the street, so they have not gone beyond a pocket calculator. So that is the level of technology you find. So I would be really interested to know, can talking to the SME owners give you enough insights? Are there enough people who are on the way in moving into this better digital use of digital data, and then therefore also maybe then including AI? Or is this something where you are asking people about things they have? Maybe I'm underestimating them, but I would think maybe you ask them things about something they really don't really know what you're talking about, and then how useful can the data? But maybe I'm just underestimating the SME owners. So the people I know best in Nepal are tour operators and travel agencies, and there it seems to be that they are very much in a traditional way of working, and but also more importantly thinking. And if I would go to those people I met in the last year and talk about the things you have been showing us, I would be afraid that they say, "Hey, what are you talking about?" But maybe so I would be interested to hear. So obviously you think it is a useful way to do it, otherwise you wouldn't do it like that. So how open are the people you talk to these questions? How much are they interested in saying, "Oh yeah, help me to get forward and move into a more digital literacy"? So that would be my question, because I think the approach is wonderful. But so I was thinking, listening to you, wow, yeah, how do you get the data? How do you test? How you test that? Much more difficult than for the other topics we have been hearing this afternoon.
In Nepal, especially, we don't have sufficient data, secondary data. So I tried with different government agency related to AI related any publication which is focusing on SMEs. Then from literature review, I have found different AI integration in SMEs, just like South Korean context and Japanese context, Canadian context, Australian context. So I started to talk with different SMEs owners who are using at least website in their business. Okay. Similarly, minimum transaction I categorize just like 10 transactions per day, or whether 100 transactions per day, or more than 100 transactions per day in digital platform. So just like they can use digital different platform. Then I try to know the status of digital transformation with this indication, sir. Just if per day transaction is minimum 10, then I would say very low digital transformation in their business. If their business are using different high-level website, they are doing their digital marketing, okay? So if they are using different digital platform to push up their business model, then I rate it as high status of digital transformation. In this way, I started my approach with digital entrepreneur. We can say digital entrepreneur. So, but literature is showing different thing in another context. But in our context, from quantitative parameter, I use questionnaire. Using questionnaire, and I started to analyze from quantitative point of view. Then from quantitative analysis, we can see status is very good. But when I start interview with different SMEs owner, then there is very big gap in our context. So I am facing different kind of problems. So how we can test this model in our context? This was my question with you, Professor.
Wow, so I think I don't have an immediate answer, not surprisingly. But I think, well, half of the thing is that you recognize there is a problem. This is 50% of your work, is not to pass it over and say, oh, I just hope nobody will notice. So, but well, the only thing I can think of is trying to translate this into something the SME owners can understand. And what we have been discussing during the day today here, that what are the immediate advantages that they can get from that. And of course, as you said, already having a website, yeah, so I was really surprised that when I came here, most of the restaurants don't have a website. They have a Facebook page. I don't use Facebook. So they and even they have a website, there is it's not updated. So I remember I tried to find out which restaurants are open during what in India is called Diwali. How do you call this? The festival? Diwali, yeah. So which restaurants are open? Yes. Looking online, and nobody has been updating the information. So I ended up standing in front of a restaurant which said on the website open. That was last year. So this year the door was closed. So therefore, yeah. So there is obviously. So I would think the answer to your question I would think of is that make it as clear as possible what does it mean, and that does not mean spending $1 million rupees on a big computer, or that it is much more a operational thing than a hardware or anything like that. But it is, I think it is very relevant because not only in Nepal, most companies are small. That is to some degrees everywhere. And so my field in tourism, it is even in industrialized countries, even like Germany, you have 80% of the tourism service companies are 5 people, 10 people companies. So therefore, it is a big, important question for all the AI development now. So how this is, how is this translating, and how is the process? And my last question, simple question, is there a age difference? So are young people more eager to become more tech savvy than older people?
Those people who wants to carry their family business, they are trying to adopt digital technology in their traditional business, and they are transforming their business models in our context.
There's hope that the Gen Z will move forward in that. Yeah, that's good to hear. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kishore sir. Now, last not the least, Ms. Ranjana Kumari Danwar. She is from she is research assistant, Textile College, Asia Pacific, University of Technology and Innovation. MPhil scholar, Kathmandu University, Tulikhel. And she is with the topic Adoption of HR5 in Private Organizations of Kathmandu Valley.
Good evening, Professor, moderator, and all the presenters here. It's me, Ranjana Kumari Danwar from Techspire College, and my co-author is Lakshman Pokhrel. So, my presentation title is Adoption of HR 5.0 in Private Organization of Kathmandu Valley. So before moving to the presentation, I would like to tell about the evolution of HR. So it's mainly start from the record keeping and basic employee welfare. Then after, in HR 2.0, it started from aligning the HR practices with the structure, hiring, training, and performance appraisal system. That similarly, in HR 3.0, it started digitization, and in HR 4.0, it started using the artificial intelligence. And now it is in the era of HR 5.0, where human-centered adoption, human-centered HR are evolving. So HR 5.0 is, sorry. It's going back. So HR 5.0, as HR 5.0 integrate in the human-centric, so it aligns with the agile personalized work environment that quickly adapts to the changing condition of employee needs. And as human-centric HR 5.0 has started, it impact in the ethical long-term human capital development. And through HR 5.0, it combined workplace adaptability, human-machine collaboration, and sustainable practices. As there are also issues in HR 5.0, as the technology is rapidly evolving, but the organizations are slow to adapting human-centered AI, automation, and digital tools into the HR practices. Many organizations, especially in the developing nations, lack the technical system tool or investment needed to implement HR 5.0. As employees also resist in adopting new AI-driven or automated system due to the fear of job loss or unfamiliarity. So there is a shortage of clear guidelines on the data security, AI ethics, employee privacy, and responsible human-technology interaction. Thus, this research tries to find out the adoption of HR 5.0 in private organizations in Kathmandu Valley. In the research, when I'm going to research in this topic, I was reviewed different theories and listed in the figure. So from these theories, decision-making theories was used in the research, and the conceptual framework was derived, where competence, digitizations, and management and strategy were independent, and HR 5.0 is a dependent variable. So these are the 4 hypotheses created in the study. And the different 5 variables was used in the study by reviewing the different authors, and different variables, 6 to 7 variables are used in the study.
Sorry, can you show the 4 hypotheses? That was very fast.
Yeah, sir. So the first hypothesis, as there's a significant, is a null hypothesis. There's a significant relationship between competence and HR 5.0. So, mistakenly there is no, but I have to return that all these null hypotheses. So the second and third one was mistakenly written no, but all the hypotheses were written as an alternative hypothesis. So these are the all variables used in the study, and 4 to 5 variable was used for the data collection and questionnaire preparation. So talking about the research methodology, explanatory research design was used in study due to the cause and effect relationship to identify the impact of independent variables and the dependent variable. Non-probability sampling technique was used and the study area was Kathmandu Valley. So the population are the owners of the organization, HR managers, admin head and HR assistants. So sample size was determined through the Cochrane formula of non-probability sampling and 403 respondents was sampled. For the research collection, the research instruments was data at COBOL Toolbox for the online data collection, and data was analyzed through the descriptive and inferential part. For the descriptive, MS Excel was utilized, and for inferential, the hypothesis testing, Smart PLS 4.0 version was utilized. So here is the two part. We have data analysis in the descriptive and the inferential. So we listed in here. So this is the socio-demographic analysis. The data collection was done through the male and female are mainly involved, and majority of the respondents are from male group, and they are from 30 to 50 age group are mainly participated, and they have the higher level of educations, and they have the work experience from 4 to 8. Mainly the respondents who are involved are from 4 to 8 years experiences, and altogether all the districts like Kathmandu, Lalitpur and Bhaktapur, mainly Bhaktapur less people was data collected, but Kathmandu and Lalitpur they are mainly involved. So they have the total investment in their organization, mainly 5 to 15 crore of investment was mainly invested in the organization, and majority of the participants are from service and education sector. The respondent were majorly the proprietor, the managing director and departmental head. So we have asked 20 questions regarding the awareness related to 5.0, and as analyzed from the 20 questionnaire, the 100% people are aware regarding the HR 5.0. We have also questioned about the challenge that they have faced in adopting 5.0, and they say that due to the higher cost to implement system, lack of proper policy framework, lack of skilled manpower are the major causes that hinders for adapting the HR 5.0, and to mitigate these challenges, they have to aware to all the employee. They need a proper government policy, use the available technology. That's how they can mitigate the challenges. These as we have tested the hypothesis for adapting the HR 5.0. For that, we have used Smart PLS 4.0, and for reliability and validity, we have tested the Cronbach's Alpha, CR, and AV. All the threshold value was accepted in the model. And for inferential, the STMT, for discriminative validity, STMT ratio and for non-larger criteria was tested, and all the threshold limit was satisfactory in the research. So as I have mentioned that we use the latest technology, Smart PLS 4.0 for data analysis. This is the framework, this is the path analysis that are driven by the software. So after the data analysis, only two hypotheses was supported. The competence and strategy, where the management was not supported by the testing, through the testing. So concluding that HR 5.0 as the automated focus, the HR 5.0 is mainly focused on automation, but more inclusive, adaptive and human system that aligns with the people, technology and societal well-being is needed. And there need to be active involvement of HR teams and employees through training, clear communication, continuous feedback and well-defined goals, KPIs and technology plans to adapt HR 5.0. Yes, obviously there need to be a pilot test and alignment of the organization policy so that they can integrate automation in their organization. So So I have listed some further further area for research, as I have only data collected to the Kathmandu Valley, different provinces, and the urban rural areas can be involved for the further research. And yes, obviously, the digital skill, attitude toward AI, openness to automations, and the training support that need to be integrated as an independent variable, so that the adoption of HR 5.0 practices through the new dimension can be researched. So the next one is exploring how HR 5.0 technology support personalized well-being program, stress reduction strategy, and early detection of employee burnout. That also is a further research area. So thank you. If you have any queries, feel free to ask me.
Any queries? Audience?
Yeah,
okay.
Yes. Okay, as mainly the management, mainly policies, as I have already mentioned that the policy was not integrating, as we have to use the automation in the system. The decision making is not properly doing in the organization. So for that reason, the management and adoption as 5.0 is insignificant. So in the digitization also, that is not significant in the SR 5.0. That means people are not ready for adapting the automation. Yes, obviously, in the era of technology, the ethical issues are also aligning. Maybe for that reason, the decision makers are not ready for the automated HR 5.0.
So, thank you very much for your presentation. You were speaking so fast, as if a tiger is running behind you. But anyway, so I actually following up what the question just now. So, how did you arrive at your 4 hypotheses? Why did in your presentation? Maybe I missed this point. What made you create this 4 hypotheses? This is from the literature or from where?
Yes, from the literature. Mainly the literatures are using this variable. So we Nepalese are just in a early stage of HR 5.0. So I just used the simple variable competence, because as through the artificial intelligence is there the competence, they feel competence to utilize, or the digitization is evolving. So is that they are accepted. So for the initial phase, I have just used a simple hypothesis.
I see. And small thing, technical question. So in your presentation of your sample, you had people who have a bachelor or master or beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have not one person who has no bachelor, and also you had at the level of expertise you start with 2 to 4 years. So you have nobody who has less than 2 years. That sounds not very plausible.
Okay, so while I have collected the data, that majority of people are from that group. That means that, like, I have collected data from the proprietorship, the owners.
Yes, yes, I understand. My question is, so all of them have at least a bachelor.
Mm.
Wow. And all of them have at least 2 years experience.
No. Majority, I have shown that majority of the people are from that group. As in context of Nepal, so even though there is mainly in the HR sector, mainly they have to pass the bachelor level, or for the assistant level, they have to minimum a bachelor level. So I am asking the questions to the people who are from the assistant level. So that's why that falls from the bachelor, master.
Okay, good, wow. Interesting. And also you said the 100% of the people you talk to are aware of HR 50.
So we have collected 20. I have not presented in the slide, but we have questioned 20 questions, 20 questionnaire to know about they are aware or not. So from that, from 20 questions, if they are saying all the questions they are saying yes, 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 then they are known about the Trump HR 5.0. So majority of the people know about the Trump like HR 5.0, automation, digitization, they know about the Trump. So 100% are known about the terminology about HR 5.0. Not only I have write that, do you know about HR 5.0? But I have asked from the different point of view. I have questionnaire, 20 questionnaire in that section. So if they correctly say yes, yes to the all questions, it means they know about the terminology of HR 5.0.
Well, I'm really surprised. I think if you would do this in Germany or in the United States, you would maybe have 91% or something. But so to reach 100%. So it is. So it's just for me to understand. It's not that you only selected data of people who know HR5.
From the people who are participated in the survey, like 403, they have said yes to the 20 questionnaire. So from that point of view, I have said that 100% the people are aware about the HR 5.0. From that point of view.
So that means people who did not know about HR 5.0, you kicked out of your sample.
Yes.
Why?
Because particularly the research is mainly involved in the HR 5.0. So from that point of view.
But that gives you a big bias in your results, right?
But as I have listed 20 questionnaire, that means mainly 75% of above. If they are correcting, they are if they are from 75% or more people saying yes, then they are aware. So we.
Okay. So the last question, the question I've been asking all my students all the time for years and years is, and what I didn't understand really from your presentation is, what is your research question? What do you want to find out beyond description of how is the situation? So a description of how is the situation, that's a master degree. But that's not a PhD. PhD is answering a research question. So what is your research question?
So there is a missing about, I have just missed about the research objective. The presentation slide was missed about research objective. So there are altogether 4 research objectives in my study, like to find out the practices.
Yes, but that's description.
Yeah,
finding out how is the situation now. That's nice, but this is not.
I have tested. I have tested the hypothesis. Like I have created a full hypothesis. That is the major research objective, that to finding out the practices. Is they are adapting, is the hypothesis like competencies is significantly to the HR 5.0 or not, the digitization is significant or not.
Yes.
That the inferential part. And for the descriptive, I have used the challenges, manage the solution, and awareness. 3 parts is descriptive, and one is the testing the hypothesis.
That's what you have been presenting. This is a how. But what about the why? So you're describing what is the situation, but the interesting part is using some methodological approach to ask why. And especially coming back to the first question, if you find the first hypothesis is not sustained, which is surprising, why?
Okay, as I have mentioned that, like digitization and management shows the insignificant relationship. Like in context of Nepal, in the questionnaire that written that the automation in the organization is fully, the automation in the inner organization is fully automated. So they are saying not disagree or like strong disagree. They just fill out that. So from that point of view, the insignificant result was come out. like in the management sector, there's a 5 to 6 questionnaire which mainly telling about that the digitization is evolving or not. Same kind of question is repeatedly asking.
Okay. So I see. So I can say, be happy that I'm not your supervisor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So with this, we have completed this paper presentation session. So I would like to thank Professor Wolfgang George Ert for his time and insightful feedback to the researchers. That was wonderful. And I'd like to thank the conference coordinator, Dr. Bajracharya, for providing me this opportunity to be a moderator for this program. And with this, I'd like to invite our session chair on the stage to distribute the certificates to the research presenter. I'll simply call out the names and I invite them on the stage. Mr. Roshan Thapa. Mr. Narayan Prasad Nirola. Mr. Hari Prasad Aryal. Mr. Kishore Gautam. Ms. Ranjana Kumari Danwar. It's me, Rishabh Dev Khanal, as a moderator. And I'd like to invite Jivakshar on the dais, on the stage, to provide him certificate. Thank you. I invite Mr. Roshan Thapa. I invite Jivakshar over here. To provide the certificate to our session chair. And along with, I'd like to invite all the presenters on the stage for a photograph. Yes. And other respective dignitaries as well. Sararu. पहिला प्रेजेन्टरहरुको हाम्रो ल्याउ त्यसपछि अनि म सरहरुलाई पनि इन्भाइट गर्छु